Hey, it's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's 7:38 in the evening on a 6:08. That's a June 8th, 2025. It's a Sunday. It's 7:30 in the morning. I did some singing today for the first like 4 hours of this shift, and I played some music and stuff, and played some video games. I lost a new world character, so now I'm back working on another one. I've died in hardcore because I got wedged, and I mean I can't do anything about that. And it's because I was doing something wrong. It's stupid. But anyways, we will go back to hardcore here, and I will drop it off the big screen. I just wanted to start this video after the DMCA portion of this stream is over. And so here we go. Deactivate. Activate. There we go. Oh, it's hot. It's fucking hot. It's like fucking 90 degrees. When the sun sets, it's gonna be so fucking nice. It's so hot. It's not hot, it's humid. It's fucking humid. I can feel it like on my face.
He wanted the storyline to be entertaining and well written and
and I was like, well, yeah, Grand Theft Auto 3 is better than this game though. And he was like, no, it isn't. And I was like, yes, it is. He was right. EverQuest is a better game than Grand Theft Auto 3. But I still think 3 was a better game to play at our age.
Than if I just stayed in the moors killing angry bushes. So I considered going back to the moors, but this is another issue with EverQuest. Changing your mind in this game is a big time sink, because fast travel is mostly linked to high-level wizards teleporting you to places, or using the origin spell to recall to your start zone, or the odd return home button on the character select screen, which can be used every 20 minutes. Basically, getting somewhere in EverQuest is a task in itself, so arriving anywhere once you've spent 15 minutes getting to it, and then deciding against it and wanting to go somewhere else 15 minutes away, is a half-hour gaming session where you've made no actual progress. The most efficient way to play EverQuest is to stay in one place and grind the same enemies until you level up and then move to a slightly hard...
Ugh. Well, it's just basically FFXI though. It's not really any different from FFXI. I shouldn't talk shit. Can't believe I lost the hardcore. Like I didn't get my hardcore status on that fucking character, so now I've got to delete it and move all the stuff. It's so annoying. Let's go do that. Let's start doing that. So yeah, we're getting back to MMO stuff here. Gonna go back on New World. Tango.
Invested in any of that. Apparently it's a sensitive spot for you. I apologize. I didn't mean to.
It's fine. I mean, it's fine. That's who you are as a person.
I was just being accurate, and if maybe I was too accurate, or the truth is just a little bit, you're sensitive to it. That's
I'm not.
I apologize.
I'm not. I'm happy to be here.
I had no idea.
I'm not totally happy to be here, but I'm happy to be. I'm happy to be here.
Well, I mean, we're just as excited to have you here.
Well, anyway, yes, I did go to Northwestern for Holocaust Studies. I think it was actually one of the first Holocaust Studies programs, doctoral programs in the country.
Wow.
And you dropped out, but that's not. Yeah, well, that's fine. I
didn't drop out. I was kind of like I was ushered. Ushered out.
They asked you to leave.
I was ushered.
Right.
I wasn't ushered out. Like they took me by my my arms and led me to the door or the gate.
No one's suggesting that.
But it a little bit like that.
It didn't work out, and so that's fine.
Yeah. But I do have sort of a background in that history, and it is a troubling moment now, I guess, when you look at what's happening in social media and what's happening on Twitter and other areas. I think that, yes, this is relevant now.
Okay, and you did your thesis on... you did your thesis on Eichmann on the trains. What are you doing?
What do you mean?
See how funny he is? He's actually funny.
Thing
All right.
to you.
Do you want a mug for that?
No, I'm fine. I brought cans. But what? I not Eichmann and the trains. There's a camera on me, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. What are you doing with that?
I'm here. I'm doing this thing with you, and I am having a drink because
What is that
I
on
brought-
on the cover of that drink?
Oh, this? It's a Jazz Daredevil whiskey highball.
Wait a second. What? Is that real?
Yeah, this is a real drink. It's a whiskey. You want to try one?
Yes.
No.
Why are we watching
I'm
this again?
thirsty 'cause I
You
came
like
home.
skip me back.
Like we're for clean energy and changing the world. So they're having
LOL.
fun. Yeah, they're having fun. And ads are supposed to be fun, and so part of it was that was a fun part of the ad, just in the same way I described how fun it is to watch like an oil company ad, or
And so by fun, you mean lie?
I don't mean lie, but lies are fun.
This does have
Everything else in it is true. Like it's all true product.
old veteran jazz man once told me, "Kid, you can't play."
Mm-hmm.
He was right. Enjoy my refreshing whiskey highball. That's the message you send to people.
Yeah, that's a personal message by the Jazz Daredevil to his audience and his fans.
Why are you talking about you in the third person?
Well, it's a character I play.
And
Like Larry the Cable Guy.
Larry the highball
your
guy.
character's like Larry.
I'm the highball guy.
Yes, but remember, Larry the Cable Guy is real. But then Larry the Cable Guy made a movie called Larry the Cable Guy Health Inspector?
Yeah.
Right.
I missed that.
What?
Yes. So Larry the Cable Guy,
Larry the cable guy.
well,
Larry the Cable Guy
technically
became-
Larry the Cable Guy is a comedian. So if he were telling the full truth, it would be Larry the comedian. But he says, I'm Larry the Cable Guy. But he's not a cable guy.
Nor a health inspector.
Yeah, or a health inspector. So then Larry the Cable Guy, when he made the movie, he was also not a cable guy, but a health inspector, but a comedian. Do you understand? So there are layers of what's happening.
Semiotics.
Semiotics.
I see what you're saying. And this has
Little bit.
16% alcohol. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay,
But
that makes
it's
that's-
definitely. I'm
it's
feeling
beginning
it.
to
I am
make
feeling
sense.
it. I'm feeling it. Are you guys
now-
feeling it? Yeah.
So
It kicks in.
that raises an issue.
You guys feeling it?
During the whole,
You guys feeling it?
like when you were doing this whole Jazz Daredevil thing, where you were really upsetting the musicians who were
Can I get some
kinda
water?
playing with you at the time.
I'm fine.
Were you drunk through that whole thing, or?
You mean when I did the album?
Yeah,
No. No.
because
This
it
is not
sounds
all,
like
this
it.
is not
I mean,
all
it's
based
not.
on me drinking.
And this isn't the same. Like,
I
so-
drink recreationally, and I am interested in whiskey, and that's how the conversation got started. When I started making this product.
I am
and
interested in
were
whiskey.
you in your outfit when that conversation happened, or you just decided later to wear it for the thing? Like, were you walking around in your helmet and your one-piece leotard or whatever that was? And
Didn't you go to like a wedding in a mailman outfit once?
I was under the impression that
Under the impression of alcohol?
no.
Under the
I
impression
was
of
under
alcohol?
The impression that people were dressing up in that manner. for
See
the
how
wedding.
funny he
But you
is?
were the only person who dressed up at a
We,
wedding.
ultimately, it turned out that I was. Nobody else was.
So are you?
Huh?
Did someone tell you it was?
Yeah, was it like a costume party or a mailman dress up? What impression did you have?
There's no mailman dressed up party.
The bride,
maybe there is.
the groom. The wedding was in the summer.
Right.
It was actually on July 4th, and
You go to all mailman.
I
dress
asked.
up.
I asked the groom, like, what are we supposed to wear?
Oh, mailman.
And he said that he claimed to me that his fiance wanted people to dress up, and I'm like, so like fancy, like black tie? And he's like, no, like in like a costume, like a civil servant. Like a
And they
nun or a
pranked
sailor
you.
or something like that.
They
And
pranked
this is
you
like
because
the
you're a
postman's
moron.
outfit.
They pranked you because you are low IQ, and he sussed it out and he brought it to the public. And it is funny. It's really funny. You went to a wedding as a mailman, and they tricked you because you're gullible.
And
You're like this nice guy's finished last type. It's hilarious, and he's making fun of this.
wore the postman's outfit, and when I got to the wedding,
I wore the postman's outfit to the wedding. You're so fucking stupid. You got fucking trolled. You still don't know it. You still don't know it. You're like, oh, I did what I was supposed to do. Because you are a stick in the mud. You're a stick in the mud.
No one had done that.
So are you a postman now? Like, are you a mailman? Do you still do it?
This is completely. I don't understand what the point you're making.
That is the point.
Well, you said that you like
I
whiskey.
put on a costume.
You know, I understand.
I put on
you
a
like
costume.
You're like, I like whiskey, and so I was having a conversation with somebody, so I decided to sell whiskey, and then
Well,
like
a
all of a
lot
sudden,
of companies do that. Like, I'm not saying I'm a company, but
well,
like,
a lot of companies, but they don't dress up in like an outfit.
but like Captain Morgan, do pirates do that?
You think that
Do you think
Captain
Captain
Morgan?
those ads are real?
Those ads are real.
Does the mailman?
Came in
That's a
and-
mailman.
I
I know, you're making fun of his whiskey, and he's making fun of your fucking mailman.
to make a rum.
He went in prepared. He was like, I heard that you went to a wedding as a mailman, then they pranked you and you didn't know any better.
Wait, what do you mean?
Because you are, you're feckless.
Not Captain Morgan himself doesn't own that company. He's just like like a picture on the thing. But it's your company.
Right.
So it's not the same thing.
Well, it's the Jazz Daredevils company, not my. I created the Jazz Daredevil.
The video is playing here, right? It's you. You're the Jazz Daredevil.
Well, just in the same fashion that you are a mailman at weddings.
What? I'm not saying that you dressed up as the Jazz Daredevil, but it's literally
There
on
was
the
no
tin.
Jazz Daredevil
It says
before me.
the Jazz Daredevil whiskey
Jazz.
highball, and there's a picture of you on there.
Yes.
And I'm just asking, why are you dressed this way on there if it was you, not the Jazz Daredevil that was having a conversation about whiskey? Does the Jazz Daredevil like whiskey?
Okay, I think that you're like
The
an
Jazz
idiot, a
Daredevil.
little bit.
I think you're an idiot a little
Go
bit.
to like, did you see Top Gun Maverick?
I did
No.
Okay.
Why?
Did you see Top Gun? Of
Yeah.
course. Yeah. If you saw Tom Cruise, would you be like, what would you say? Would you say, hey?
I would say
That's a
would you
good
like,
film.
Hey, Mr. Cruise, or would you be like, hey, Maverick?
See how funny he is?
Mr. Cruz, why
Hey,
did you put out
Maverick.
a whiskey highball as Top Gun?
Well, if
Why
they
is it
put
called
out
Top
Top Gun
Gun
whiskey,
Highball?
if they put out Top Gun whiskey, would you be like furious, like you are now, incensed?
No.
That
Not
they
furious in
use
a
the
sense,
Top
being
Gun
a little
franchise
flamboyant about
to
this.
sell
I'm just asking a question.
products
You
based
came
on
in,
Top
you
Gun.
didn't like my intro.
Based
You
on
spent
Top
like 20 minutes
Gun.
of this whole interview. We haven't even talked about
Oh my god.
what's happening
Oh my
with
God.
anti-Semitism and how.
Well, I'm too drunk to talk about that now.
I'm too drunk to talk about that now. I wouldn't like talking to him either. I don't like this guy.
Well, it's fun. We're having fun.
We're having fun. I
That's
like
what
H. I like H. Sean.
That's what I'm here for.
This is.
And I'm sorry that you're not having fun.
I think you
should
might be
have,
an
like,
idiot.
I should have
Yeah.
dressed as a postman and come.
I should have
Then
dressed
you
as a
would've been like,
postman.
Oh my god, this is like one of the parties I go to.
Like this is like one of the parties that I go to. He picked a really good thing to destroy him with. The mailman at the wedding thing is actually quite comical. I actually think that's so funny. I have so many friends like that. I have so many friends who if I ever have a wedding, I'm going to trick them to come as mailmen. I'm going to be like, no, everybody's got to dress up, and I've got particular things you've got to be. And I'm going to invite everybody else, and I'm not going to tell them anything. And all my personal friends are going to show up like a mailman and a proctologist and like a fucking doctor and all this, and he showed up as a mailman, you idiot.
Are you going out to like what like honestly, like if I was
Well, I'm wearing a hat because
like I mean, and the whole outfit looks like you have like a long rifle waiting over there. You got to go out to do some like rabbit hunting.
yeah, it's hunter chic. It's taking over New York fashion.
I have not seen anyone dress like that.
I mean, it's I'm on the
I've seen many people dressed like him.
of what's going to happen.
I certainly hope not. I mean, that's.
I mean, you go upstate, right?
Sure.
Then there's
I know there's people hunting.
You go upstate,
people
right?
who dress like hunters who are not hunters.
I mean, not like over the top.
Hunters who are not
You have
hunters.
a real problem with like understanding reality.
I love this guy. See, he's actually funny. Most of these comedians are not funny.
Why are you bringing that up? I
Like
mean,
you take everything literally and then you're furious at it.
Yeah, it seems kind of weird.
I'm not furious at anything.
There's
This
a
is
bit of irony in the Jazz Daredevil whiskey highball, and it's marketing. That's all.
Yes, yeah,
oh,
that's
all right. So this is
Okay.
just all about marketing. I had invited.
No, it's a
you on
real
to talk
product.
about-
Everybody's completely like enjoying it.
Well, but that's my point. Is that you were supposed to come on to talk about anti-Semitism and
I
the
know,
rise
and
of
then you, like,
Nazism,
totally-
and then you're like, oh, incidentally, and here's my whiskey highball. You can go to jazzdaredevil.com.
I mean, I didn't mean it.
jazzdaredevil.com to buy it. So what does that mean? Like people go there, you can they ship it.
They ship it. They'll ship it. It's available in some liquor stores in the New York area, and hopefully it will be available in liquor
So
stores.
I can literally go on the website right now and ship it to like California.
Again, incredulous about all the things that are normal in the world.
Our chat
right?
says it's available to ship to Indiana now. So that's
To
one thing
Indiana?
to see. So,
Yes,
you know,
we definitely have
if
had
it's-
some problems shipping to certain states because of liquor laws.
So you run afoul of the law.
No, we're not shipping there if we can.
Yeah, like
Is
coffee.
we
this
are
legal,
shipping.
what you're doing?
We are shipping to the places that are legal to sell by law. But yes, shipping has been a problem, as you point out. To certain states. Certain states don't allow. I don't even know the laws, and they seem very.
Well, that's certainly
They
certainly no defense. I can tell you that right now.
They seem
That's
pretty-
not going to cut it with the.
I mean, if you live in Indiana, does not. Is that where you live?
Someone just
somebody
said
said
that it's.
Indiana does will take orders. So
It
Yeah.
says it's super expensive to ship it. So what do you need? Like, what can
I
people
know.
go and tell their local liquor
I
store
know.
to get it?
That would be good. If people start a campaign to go to their local liquor store, that would be the best way to get it to certain states, and to avoid paying the exorbitant shipping.
Wow, this is just bizarre.
I mean, I think it's great.
I think it's great too. I don't understand. You seem to have a
Okay,
problem with
I
reality.
mean, I'm actually like super happy that
Yeah.
we didn't have to talk about the proliferation of anti-Semitism in America right now. I'm thrilled that we didn't have to do that. I think it's a relief.
I didn't think
Me
that was
too.
the topic. I never thought that.
I'm sorry if I missed. I mean, I think there was definitely miscommunication between communications with you and with Bradley,
Right.
and maybe that was my fault. I may have like texting Bradley.
Cut out the middleman. I just thought we were doing eyeball stuff today.
You thought we were you knew we were doing highball
Yeah,
stuff
I
today?
just figured we were doing.
Well, Bradley, I thought I mentioned.
Ate a big
I did
breakfast.
definitely mention the highball, and I definitely talked to you about the anti-Semitism stuff, which I absolutely am aware of and care about, and I think it just got crossed, and then I don't know what happened, but this is delicious.
Amy says, is there a majority report discount code for the Jazz Daredevil highballs?
I think that we'll figure that out. We could figure that out, right, Bradley?
We can definitely figure it out.
I don't want to throw Bradley under the bus for what like
Oh,
this
you have.
this little side deal that we never made. I didn't. Yeah,
Let's
that's
talk after the shows.
that's not what happened.
All right, well,
I don't want to get Bradley in trouble. Maybe I wrote Bradley something different than I wrote you.
It's possible.
yeah, sounds like it.
I don't- I'd have
This
to go
is-
back into my text.
This is an interesting thing that you've got going here. I
Mhm.
mean, I imagine it's going to be a little bit difficult for.
Arguably a great product. Arguably.
arguably a great product, I guess. Also, I would say maybe traumatic for the genuine artists who worked with you on your jazz album, and this is probably just ripping open some wounds that had maybe begun to cauterize a little bit after you hoodwinked them. But I can see how,
Did not hoodwink.
you know, when I was watching
Bradley did.
the documentary on the Jazz Daredevil, you.
What do you mean the documentary?
You guys have to see this website. It's
associated
actually so funny. Look at this website. Yes. The Jazz Daredevil Whiskey Eyeball is actually so funny. Go back. Jazz Daredevil. Go back. I don't want to be on Bandcamp. Why do you have me on Bandcamp? I can't play piano. Can you?
Making of your album.
Yep.
And I wondered, how is it that these musicians could get hoodwinked into something like this?
Why?
And
Why do you
now-
think they got hoodwinked? Why would you think that?
Well, they
Seems
all
very conspiratorial.
they were interviewed, and they all expressed a lot of regret
Jazz Daredevil.
that they didn't realize that you didn't know how to play the piano when you contracted them to cut an album. And on some level, I now understand how that happened.
Are you besmirching my
Alcohol.
creative freedom?
No, alcohol.
No, your integrity.
No, he's making fun of your
I'm
alcohol.
besmirching your integrity.
They did know what they were doing when they went into it. They did know that I couldn't play piano.
I don't know that I believe that. It certainly didn't come across when they were on camera saying that. It really does feel like this is the way you operate in the world. Let's talk about anti-Semitism. Oh, and incidentally, here's my whiskey highball available at the jazzdaredevil.com.
That was just an unfortunate snafu, I think, that happened.
Purely incidental.
Yes, and it only happened because I brought it, and I didn't
It's irresistible.
necessarily bring it for this purpose. I brought one to drink on the road, and then this happened.
You brought one to drink on the road.
Well, yeah, on the subway.
With a paper bag.
On the subway.
Nobody cares anymore what people are doing
Yeah,
on
once
this.
again,
Nobody cares anymore what people are doing on the
I guess
subway.
that's like the post-COVID thing. Well,
But I apologize for the confusion, and I'm sorry we got off topic. But it it ended up being a really good opportunity to present my new product, which is obviously not why I came here, but it did turn out to be, I think, nice to share it with your crew, because I assume you don't share a lot with your crew. And I think that's good. It's a good experience.
Great,
Yeah.
great. Well,
And I obviously I didn't mean in any way or in any fashion to, for this to be a boondoggle.
well, sometimes best laid plans, right? John Benjamin, proprietor, I guess, of the Jazz Daredevil Whiskey Highball. Available at thejazzdaredevil.com.
And we'll work out a coupon code for the Vagina Report.
Great.
That would be wonderful, I think.
That would be great. That would really be great. And also, the guy from those...
That would make this all full circle, like this full appearance. That would make it work out great.
We'll be in touch, Sam.
You know.
Excuse me?
Bradley may or may not get a royalty on all sales. But that's for Bradley and I later to
Yeah,
discuss.
we'll figure it out.
John Benjamin, thanks so much for your time today.
Thank you.
It was good. It was funny. Uh-oh. PvP, A History of Rogue. Waymo vehicles are on fire in downtown LA. Oh no, that is ABC 7.
And this is my first view of the Waymos. These are going to be, it looks like these are on the north side of the 101 freeway on Los Angeles Street. And from our other angle, from our other Air 7, we were seeing that one of them was actually on fire. I don't see flames at, I do see the flames further to the right, but we're going to hold on this shot right now because we can see one individual breaking windows on those Waymos. And there's that other Waymo that's on fire.
Is LA gonna riot today?
And all three of these, I think I counted 4.
This is
have been
live?
Completely hit by graffiti, a
No.
lot of paint, a lot of words that take place on these Waymos. And this is quite an interesting scene, something that you wouldn't see maybe in the riots of 2020 and before that, because we didn't have these automated vehicles that are kind of easy to corner and easy to stop. And protesters appear to be taking advantage of that and using these automated vehicles as maybe billboards for their message, and unknown what, the
Yeah, like your ice rays, they're so popular, you should keep doing them, you fucking shitheads.
the Waymo's response to this is going to be. Do they just kind of shut down and stay put? Obviously,
Goddamn
when they set on
right-wing
fire,
cocksuckers.
They're probably gonna be completely destroyed.
Yeah.
But these are owned by a company. They're not owned by a specific individual. So at least, it's not.
All of these people are gonna be like hunted by the fucking FBI. It's insane, just like January 6th. It's fucking crazy. And they'll be brought to justice too. It's fucking annoying.
A sole individual that is now at a loss for a vehicle. You have these corporate vehicles that are probably insured, so that's at least one bit of good news. But this is obviously not anything we like to see. We don't want to see things burning in the streets. We don't want to see all these acts of vandalism that we're seeing now taking place on the Chinatown side of the 101 freeway. And we're seeing a lot of these protesters move northbound on Los Angeles Street. I'm not sure if that was from the activity that we saw a little bit closer to Temple and Los Angeles Street, where those mounted officers from LAPD kind of clashed a few minutes ago. I'm not sure if that's what's spurring some of these protesters to continue northbound on Los Angeles Street, or if they're just kind of moving forward of their own will. This collection of Waymo vehicles, I think this must have happened in the last 20 minutes or so, because I had eyes on this section of street before Mayor Bass started talking, and this was not here. We were seeing a vehicle, I think that truck is there a little further, if Rob pans to the left, there was a truck with some people on the back of the truck, possibly speaking, making announcements, and I thought that was maybe one reason why people were continuing northbound on Los Angeles Street. But now we see these Waymos that may have just got, these automated vehicles maybe don't know that there's a protest. They don't have that programmed into their software to be aware of that. So they probably just drove into it, and people, they know that if you stand in front of it, they just stop. And people are obviously taking advantage of that right now. And you can see one person leaning on the hood, taking a selfie with that Waymo that's on fire, and a lot of messages for protesters being painted on these Waymos right now on a Sunday night.
Yeah, things devolving in some parts of downtown, and you do not want to see this happen.
Wow. That's AP. We go back. Something bad's happening in LA. That's not good. Let's just watch it.
Every Friday,
Please stop
I
it.
said
Please
this
stop
before
it.
the break,
Please
but,
get competent with the forward and the back buttons. You guys suck so much dick at design. Please stop that. Fuck ice. There it is. I was looking for something, right? Let's take a screenshot. No, that's not it, huh? Is it, Control S, I think, or something? Or Control Shift S? Did I get everything I need? No, I need more chests. Ugh. I didn't do the end, did I? Son of a fucking bitch. The mode's starting to annoy me. It's the same busy work over and over again. Please finish me out. Please, 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 please. Please finish me out. No. God damn it, you're so annoying. I don't like the mode. It's actually worse than maybe normal leveling because the drop rates suck. Oh, you closed it. You did. You closed the whole thing. God damn it.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Boo. Get off the stage.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
It burned some cars. There's those Waymo cars.
Approaching Stargate.
I don't want the Republicans anymore. I want them gone. If they do stuff like this in my own country, I don't want their party anymore. I want them gone. Terrible, terrible, terrible party. Look at the sorrow they're causing their fellow Americans. Traitor pieces of shit.
Autopilot jumping.
I don't want Republicans anymore. I think they've ruined this country. You can tell from the smoke.
Warping to station. Warp drive active. Approaching station.
Why do you guys do this? Is your paychecks worth this? Why do you guys do this to your fellow countrymen? Is your paycheck worth this, you fucking pig fucking traitors?
Permission requested.
I don't want you doing this anymore. You're a disgrace. You're a disgrace to this country. You look like that movie Lord of the Rings by Ralph Bakshi, when they're like storming. You know, it's like you see old like fucking Nazis on the march. Blue meanies.
Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
It's gonna bum me out too much to watch this.
becoming increasingly more violent. To be able to say it's because of the National Guard, I can't, because there aren't enough on the ground at this point to make a difference. I've seen civil unrest a number of times before, and generally the second and third phase are more violent than the initial phase. And so this is not much different from that pattern, but certainly I think there's a number of things that cause people to come out. Much of it is they watch this and see it on TV, social media, whatever social media outlets they follow, or asking them or telling them to come down and be part of this, and they do that. And they come out here, and many come out and just want to see what's going on. They're out there with their cameras, but they're putting themselves in harm's way and potentially setting themselves up for a criminal future. When you look at some of the things that are happening here, somebody could easily be killed. And if you're part of that, then you're going to be facing those charges as well. I talked to the DA just a couple of minutes ago, and the DA will file felony charges on individuals where it's appropriate, but won't be shy about doing that where it is appropriate. And also the potential for federal charges, given the type of environment we're in. And, you know, the federal authorities don't play. And so as we move forward, I think people will be surprised in some cases for what happens to their future.
Two more questions. Anybody that hasn't asked already, go ahead, thank you. Continue, please, Emily. Given the amount of officers here in our college, how does that affect response to other parts of the city and safety of people that are not yet?
Yeah. Thank you for that question. A great question. It was, how does the deployment of so many officers downtown or in any one part of the city affect our ability to provide police services citywide? It greatly impacts our ability, because it pulls officers who would normally deployed in communities around the city of Los Angeles into one area in order to be able to address the threat that we're facing. And so other areas, when we go on tactical alert, that means we only handle radio calls of significant importance, meaning a violent crime in progress, calls that have to be answered right away. So the other calls get put on a queue and may not get handled for some time to come, and they're important to everyone who is a victim of any kind of a crime. And so when we go to tactical alert, we don't do it lightly, but in this case we did it very quickly, because we needed additional resources right away to be able to help control the violence. And that situation, as you can see tonight, has only gotten worse.
Chief, given what you said about not being informed so you could pre-stage for the incident that started this thing, and you said, I believe, that you spoke with the ICE director as well as other city officials today. Is there any effort being made for ICE to share information about what their next one?
Yeah, that's something that we did talk about, and there's no resolution to that. And the problem is that we are guided and bound by the California Values Act, which means that we can't participate in any way in civil immigration enforcement. So the federal partners have been reticent to provide information to us before something happens because of that reason. Part of that is they want to be respectful of the rules that we have to live by, but it also, on a normal situation, not that big a deal, but in a situation like we saw here in the past couple of days, it turns out to be a very big deal. So we're going to continue to work with the partners that I mentioned and many others as we go forward to try and be able to make things as safe for everybody as we can.
How many arrests so far?
Yes, Captain Raul Javel, Operations Central Bureau, Incident Commander. At least, this is very fluid and preliminary, at least 10 people arrested so far. There's arrests being made as we speak. About 3 officers injured. Fortunately, very fortunate, on very minor injuries, or I wouldn't say not minor, but they're not significant enough to be transported to a local hospital or treated at the scene. But we're making more arrests as we speak, and we're trying to get into that posture where we're able to make arrests. Right now, really, our officers are really under attack. If you can see, when the chief was talking about, we're trying to, first of all, ensure that our officers are safe and the public is safe. And then we'll move into, if we can arrest, we'll arrest, and then obviously protect the property and our vehicles and other things like that. But as of now, 10 arrests.
And if I could just jump on, and then 29 last night as well. And so as we move forward, we will step up our arrest posture in order to hold people accountable and do what we can to stop this violence.
We're gonna go 2 more questions.
Really quick, yeah, she asked the question I have really quickly. How long does we expect this situation now?
I'm sorry, say that one more
How
time.
long do you think this situation is going to become?
Yeah, for me, again, that would be speculative to say how long that the members of ICE will be in town doing the enforcement actions they're doing. But by calling out the National Guard, oftentimes their deployment periods are in 30-day periods. And so, to me, it's going to be an extended period of time. I don't know how long that'll be. We're gearing up for that.
What's
to be able
happening to my
to
country?
participate in a meaningful way as we move forward without exhausting our people beyond what they already are. We're a department that went through 5 months plus of the fires and dealing with the fallout from the fires. And as you can imagine, with a very limited sized department to begin with, that's a big stress on our deployment, but more so on our people and their families. So as we move forward, we'll do everything we can to focus on employee wellness and to be able to offer whatever services we can to address the needs of our folks.
We'll go one more back there because he hasn't asked yet, and so Carmen, go ahead, and then one more, and then we're gonna call it.
So Chief, just two questions. One, is there a chance of instituting a curfew? And two, will you be going back and re-looking at any of these incidents that maybe there wasn't an opportunity to make an arrest at a time, but going back and trying to investigate who's responsible and potentially arresting after that?
Thank you for the question. I spoke with the sheriff today, and we discussed the possibility of implementing a curfew. We don't rush into doing that, but if we need to do that, I'll go back with the sheriff and we'll look at the options as far as that goes. And as far as, give me the second part of the question again.
For some of these incidents we watch unfold, a lot of people watch
I got you.
things just unfold in real time, thinking, are any of these people going to be held accountable for this, for the cars on fire and things like that? Is there a chance of going back? And
Absolutely. When you look at the numbers of arrests we've made, pale in comparison to what will be made. There are video accounts of what happened everywhere on social media, on individuals' cameras, iPhones. We will go after that very aggressively. Go after the all available video, analyze that video, and hold whoever we can accountable for the variety of different types of crimes that have been committed. And that's something we'll do with a number of different partners with levels of expertise that may be beyond what we have. Thank you for that. Do you have the specifics?
So yesterday, the 29 folks were for failure to disperse. They were all arrested today. So today, so far, this is very preliminary because there's so much stuff going on. The stuff that we know is one person was arrested for throwing a Molotov cocktail at an officer, a significant incident, and then another individual for ramming a motorcycle into one of our line where the officers were and injured one of the officers. Everything else is still very fluid, and I have that for a while.
was anyone arrested on the freeway or related to the freeway?
So CHP has made at least 17 arrests that I'm aware of in the freeway.
What? They fucking pulled the people over on the highway.
All right, thank you, everyone.
Because they just track your phone right to where you are, and you don't know they're coming, so they just show up on top of you with helicopters and shit. That's how bad we've got. It's fucking weird. It's so weird and shitty, like the Republicans.
Ricardo will stick around to do comments in Spanish for anybody who's interested.
Can we get the spelling of the
Sure, everybody can come up and spell you.
Captain Raul Javel, RAUL JOVEL.
Good? Okay. Thank you all. Be safe out there, please. All of you, you're in an environment that is as well just as dangerous, and we appreciate what you do.
Okay. I can't do anything. I'm hundreds of miles away.
Protest, that's their First Amendment right. But people should also exercise that right peacefully. We do not want to play into the administration's hands. We're working with officials, we're organizing resources, but what we're seeing in Los Angeles is chaos that is provoked by the administration. When you raid Home Depot and workplaces, when you tear parents and children apart, and when you run
That's like being a terrorist.
through our streets, you cause fear.
That
and
is
you cause
terrorism.
panic.
That's
And
real
deploying
terrorism.
federalized troops is a dangerous escalation, but we need to be real about this. This is about another agenda. It's not about public safety. There's clearly no plan, and there is clearly no policy. I want the people of Los Angeles to know that we stand with all Angelenos, no matter where you were born. The First Amendment right gives you the ability, again, to protest peacefully.
Yes.
But it does not give you the right to be violent, to create chaos, or to vandalize property. And that will not be tolerated. So I call on all Angelenos to continue expressing your right, your anger, your outrage, but to do it peacefully. And I just have to say that all of you were there Friday. Everybody knows what happened Friday. A workplace, several workplaces were targeted and raids took place. Now, in the beginning, the administration said they were just looking for dangerous felons, violent people. It's hard to say that that's what they found at a workplace or in a Home Depot parking lot. When this happens, it terrifies people. It sends a sense of fear and chaos in our city. And you well remember a few years ago in the last administration that kids were afraid to go to school, parents were afraid to go to work. This impacts all of our city. You can't terrify the workforce, and then expect for people to get the jobs done. So if you think about a father that went into a factory and now his family doesn't know where he is, the detainees have not been allowed to speak to legal counsel. That is a marked departure from what has happened in the past. When you think of a mother that might be working in a household, taking care of children on another side of town, that impacts that family as well as her family. And so this is something that I think should not be happening in our city, and I join with the governor in appealing to the administration to rescind the order to federalize the National Guard and allow the National Guard to come back under the control of the governor.
Wow. She's like doing her job.
I want to bring in Independent Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont. Sir, thank you so much for being here. I'm going to start where I left off.
Thank you,
with
CNN. I'd like to sub to your channel.
What is your response to the fact that the president has ordered 2,000 National Guard troops to California?
Look, Dana, we have a president who is moving this country rapidly into authoritarianism. He is suing media who criticizes him. He is going after law firms who have clients who were against him. He's going after universities that teach courses that he doesn't like. He's threatening to impeach judges who rule against him, and he's usurping the powers of the United States Congress. This guy wants all of the power. He does not believe in the Constitution. He does not believe in the rule of law. My understanding is that the governor of California, the mayor of the city of Los Angeles, did not request the National Guard, but he thinks he has a right to do anything he wants. And I would say that to a large degree, the future of this country rests with a small number of Republicans in the House and Senate who know better, who do know what the Constitution is about. And it's high time they stood up for our Constitution and the rule of law. You know, we just celebrated a few days ago, June 6th, the American landing at Normandy, which began the invasion of Europe to defeat fascism and Nazism. Those guys died. They gave up their lives to defend democracy, not to have an all-powerful ruler in the United States of America.
Senator, you mentioned on a very different topic whether Republicans would stand up to the president. There definitely is some clashing politically, internally, among Republicans on the president's legislative agenda, specifically the giant spending and tax bill before the United States Senate in order to try to fix some of those internal GOP differences. Senate Republicans are eyeing changes to Medicare. We know there are also $700 billion worth of cuts in the existing bill to Medicaid. Is there anything that you and Democrats can do to stop it, since you just don't have the votes?
Well, let's be clear, Dana. What these guys want to do is, according to the CBO, throw 15 million Americans off the health care they now have, on top of the 85 million Americans who are currently uninsured or underinsured, and on top of the fact that we are the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all people. As you may have seen, there was a report
We're the only
done
one.
by Yale University and the University of Pennsylvania. They said 50,000 people a year are going to die because of their lack of health care. This impacts not only individuals, it impacts nursing homes, hospitals, it'll impact community health centers. And you know why they are doing this? They are doing this so they can give $600 billion in tax breaks to the top 1%, $400 billion in tax breaks to large profitable corporations. This bill is an outrage, and the American people have got to stand up and fight back. You're asking what we are doing. We are mobilizing people throughout this country, especially in marginal districts that have Republican members of Congress, and demand that people ask their members of Congress, do you support tax breaks for billionaires and throwing kids and elderly people off of the health care that they have?
So you were talking mostly about Medicaid, which is already in this bill, those cuts that you were describing. One of the issues is Medicare, whether or not there will be changes in order for the Republicans to get votes amongst themselves. Medicare is one of the biggest drivers of federal spending. Are you concerned about America's runaway national debt, and would changes to entitlements like Medicare be necessary to try to rein that in?
Donna, let's talk about healthcare for a moment. As I hope most people know, not only are we the only major country on earth not to guarantee healthcare to all people, we are spending over twice as much per capita on healthcare as the people of any other country. The function of the American healthcare system is to make huge profits for the insurance companies and the drug companies. And if the Republicans are serious about cutting healthcare costs, you don't throw people off of Medicaid or Medicare. You have the guts to take on the insurance companies who are ripping off the American people every single day. We're spending $14,500 per person on healthcare. Outrageous, unsustainable. By far the highest in prices in the world. But the Republicans would rather throw people off of Medicare, children off of Medicaid, rather than take on the insurance companies or the power of the drug companies.
Senator, I want to ask you about a situation, a drama that really sort of engulfed everyone and everything here in Washington, which is the breakup between Donald Trump and Elon Musk this week. Some Democrats are trying to recruit Musk to their side, to your side. Semaphore reported that Congressman Ro Khanna spoke with one of Elon Musk's senior confidants about whether Musk might want to help Democrats in the midterms.
Why?
Do you see Elon Musk as someone who Democrats should work
No.
I think Musk has evolved over the years. My understanding is he actually voted for Obama, I think, in 2008. But over the years, he has developed into a right-wing extremist. The issue, and I think the drama, the story of what happened last week is you are living increasingly in an oligarchic society. And Musk said to Trump, hey, listen, I spent $270 million to get you elected. I bought you the presidency because we have a corrupt campaign finance system and billionaires can do that. And Trump said, well, I gave you the right to run the government for 3 or 4 months, but I don't like the guy you want to run NASA, and we're going to get rid of him. And Musk got upset. This is a fight between oligarchs. It's a fight about power among the few, and it's really an embarrassment to those of us who believe in democracy and the rule of law.
Well, I was going to ask you if Musk is right when he said the only reason Donald Trump won in November is because he donated $270 million to his campaign. But I know the answer. Your answer is yes.
Well, you got a corrupt campaign finance system, but by the way, it's not just Republicans. Democratic billionaires do that as well. That's why we need to get rid of this disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision moved the public funding of elections so that billionaires do not buy our democracy.
Senator Bernie Sanders, always good to see you. Thank you so much for coming on this morning, sir.
Thank you very much.
I'm doing no damage, which makes no sense. I put my points in the wrong stat. So now I've got to pay like a 5-minute fucking like thing. I pulled this thing. I could probably get away from him if I want. I could probably leash him, but I've done this work already. I might as well just finish it. It's going to give me nice skill ups, so whatever. It helps train me to be better with the life staff. So annoying. You better give me a law for this. Oh my god. Die, fucker. Okay, so respec for now, and just dump it all into focus now. There we go. No loot off him. God damn it. Totally pointless to kill him. Well, now I've got rawhide. I could probably go back now and make my gray sword finally. I'll go back and get a great sword because it's just too slow. I should have. I'm realizing that I don't need to walk all the way out here. I don't know why I did. I still didn't do the inn. I'm so fucking annoyed with that. I just can't remember to do the inn. I just can't remember. I can't remember. It's just fucking stupid. It's such a stupid busy work fucking thing that my whole spirit and all of my being rebels against it. It's like your fucking busy work. Like I just forget. I'll forget. I'll go all the way back and then I'll be like, oh, I forgot to do the inn. God damn it. Now I gotta walk back. It's so fucking annoying. Like, yeah, I can't get there faster than just running. It's so annoying. And this is a long walk. It's so annoying. Why do you guys design like this? Just give me the fucking inn. Like even WoW, I think, lets you set Hearthstone. It's so dumb. It's the developer. What am I? I mean, am I surprised? We've seen now how low IQ they are. It's just insane. Like, we've seen it. Like, this is proof of it. They make such bad decisions. Jon Stewart goes off on Congress, but that's from a long time ago. Gotta set the in. I thought I did it. I didn't do this. I thought I did this. No? Okay. Maybe I can make what I need now. I fucking doubt it. I don't have anything. No, I probably can't do this at all. So annoying. Well, let's go make a great sword. I know now what about this mode I don't like. Is it like it doesn't give you normal XP for just doing stuff. It makes you do stuff, which is stupid. I don't like that. It should just level you the way it normally does. It's fucking dumb. So I want the forge. Oh, I have to make rawhide. I guess I gotta make rawhide. Forgot. Yep.
Hello, guys and gals. Me,
Piracy
Midahar,
isn't
and
stealing if buying is
I'm
annoying.
game, man. I'll be real. I live life on the edge. I broke the rules. I broke the law. Honestly, I expect federal agents to be at my doorstep, putting me in handcuffs because I dared to pirate a video game from 2009. Now, you might be like, Muda, what prompted you to do this, right? Well, I was just somebody that wanted to play an old game, wanted to just relax, have a good night. I wanted to vibe out a little bit. And so I downloaded Splinter Cell Conviction. Now, these games are only like 8 gigabytes, so it took, honestly, a minute to do. It takes me longer to take a dump than download these old games, all right? And honestly, it's better than downloading a 60, 70, sometimes 100 gigabyte experience. So anyways, I just decided to hit that big old green play button, and I thought everything was going fine. It fired up that Ubisoft launcher, it gave me that little Ubisoft intro, and bam, I saw this error screen. Game startup awaiting first OC connection. Now I thought, man, maybe I could hit the escape button and ignore this dialogue prompt, but nope, you just exit straight to desktop. Yeah, this game is completely unplayable. Now remember, I actually bought this game off of Ubisoft, and just to give you an idea, right? You can go to the Steam store page right now, and you can buy the Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell Echelon Edition. You can buy all these games for $40. You can buy these games for $40, and you get completely ripped off. Now, it turns out this isn't the only group of gamers that actually has this problem. Turns out the guys who love to play games like Assassin's Creed 2, and I made a whole video talking about how awesome Assassin's Creed 2 is. You should check it out. So I do love this game. I really do. And turns out the DRM has also said the same thing to those players. Those guys can't even play.
It's because you play bad games. The worse game is, the more DRM there is. It's so dumb.
Downloaded. And also, fun fact, that game is being sold on Steam for $20. Notice, multiplayer and online features are no longer available. Bro, the whole game isn't available. Fuck the online and multiplayer. The single player isn't even available. So why is it that a single player game, Muda, requires you to have any form of online connectivity? What's wrong? What happened to gaming? Well, back in the day, 15 years ago, this video by Eternal Damnation, boy, that name sends me back to high school, uploaded a video. Assassin's Creed 2 DRM is terrible. Now, if you watch this video, muted, by the way, because you definitely put in copyrighted music, guy buys a game, loads it up online, and lo and behold, at some point down the road later, the game gives him a dialogue prompt. An internet connection is required to play this game. Failed to connect to the Ubisoft master servers. Please verify that your internet connection is functional. All right, so that's pretty goddamn serious, right? And then he goes on YouTube and is like, all right, guys, subscribe and like and comment, which I highly think you should, okay? I think you should go from 53 subscribers to whatever God allows him. But let me tell you something messed up over here, man. Back in the day, when these games dropped, they had one of the shittiest DRMs. So, for instance, if you bought this game on the Xbox 360, and even if you bought it on like the iPod Touch back in the day, things would work. You know, if you just have a 360 lying around and a copy of Splinter Cell Conviction, slap that disc in, and you can play with yourself, or you can fucking find somebody else and play split screen. What a novel concept. However, the PC version implemented Ubisoft's new DRM, which requires a permanent internet connection. So when you play games like Assassin's Creed 2 at launch on PC, let's say that for a second your internet went out, okay? Like some blurb happened. And you're just minding your own, you know, playing the single player, you know, something that doesn't even touch the internet. Well, Ubisoft would just put this giant, like, little screen on, you know, it's just this flashing white light. It'll just say, hey, when you get that internet again, you can play the game you paid for by yourself. What a shitty concept. Now, because of how entrenched this dog shit is, the modern Ubisoft releases are now broken. Ubisoft's done something that's completely destroyed this one game. And you know, you might be like, well, Muda, wasn't Splinter Cell Conviction a bad game? You know, I've always wanted a John Wick video game, not the John Wick Hex video game, but one where you could run around, blow like 10 dudes in the head, and just use the craziest combat features imaginable. You can do that with Splinter Cell Conviction. It's just a good game. I like this game. And you know what? It doesn't even matter what the quality of the fucking game is. I can't even play a Ubisoft game that I bought all the way back in the day, back in the 2010s.
Because they're software developers. They fuck us in the ass all the time. That's what they do.
And you're going to have internet forever. You know, this is the perfect example of I have internet forever, right? Like, I'm really using the best internet possible. Why am I not allowed to play an old school fucking PC game in 2025? How is it just not possible? Why am I getting these brain dead errors? So at this moment in time, ladies and gentlemen, I had to go to the dark side. Okay, how do I play a game that I actually paid for? Well, there's two options. Okay, you can tuck your tail between your legs and you can walk away, or you can sail the 7 seas. You can find the fittest of girls in the gyms around you, and maybe they might have a copy of a game that you want to play. I'm not advocating piracy, by the way. I really think piracy is a sinful, wrong thing. It's illegal. It's unethical. You won't be allowed into the kingdom of heaven, from what I've been told. But yeah, the idea is I had to actually go on and find a copy of Splinter Cell Conviction and cracked exe files in order to get this whole situation functioning. So I figured, why not make this a bit of an educational video for the audience watching, right? Now let's say that you're somebody on the magical world of Linux, like me, and you're like, Muda, how do you even like install these third-party games without Steam and all this other stuff? Well, just to give you a legal analog, another game that I wanted to experience from my childhood was Guns the Duel. Now, if you've never played Guns the Duel, think of a combat shooter, an arena shooter that requires you to be on like a metric fuck ton of Adderall to play. That's a game. So I went to a private server, F-Guns, Freestyle Guns, which is probably the only large Guns the Duel like area that you can play on. I made an account, and lo and behold, I scrolled down. It's a pretty nice website. I even saw that the #1 player was Donald Trump. You know, if the President of the United States is playing this game with a level 99, 3.11 KDA from South Korea, you know it's got to be a banger game. So I decided to just go over here, download the file, and it would give me an actual exe file that I could install. So at this moment in time, sites like this also provide like a Linux guide, but I'll show you how this works. So using a program on Linux known as Lutris, you can actually install versions of like Windows software and video games underneath this like, layer. So what you do is you go to this big plus sign, you go to install a video game from an executable, and then you can name it whatever you want. So here I can call it Guns or Guns Freestyle, and as long as I just basically hit install here, it'll ask me for a setup file. So I just give it a setup file. It asks me for an installation directory, which it'll auto-generate based on the name. I just hit the words continue. And here I can just go into the setup file, browse, go to my downloads, and right over here I'm sure I can find F-Guns installer. So as soon as I hit OK, as soon as I slap that installation right over here, all you'll notice is it's generating a configuration for me. So what it does is, much like Steam for Linux, it creates a little directory, a small kind of like Windows installation, a light installation, that allows me to install Windows applications. So for instance, right here, it'll ask me all this setup. So assuming you're installing any kind of third-party software, whether it be, I guess, acquired through the open seas or through a legitimate channel, all you got to go through is follow the typical instruction on Windows. So it'll give me the basic next. It'll ask me to wait for the agreement prompt, which I will. And then, of course, it'll say, hey, install to your directory. Now, this directory may not reflect what you just saw in Lutris, but that's because this is following a traditional Windows path, right? Generally, it will be installed under the directory you saw in the Lutris client. So go next, hit next. You can even ask it to make a desktop shortcut. Go next, hit install. And Bob's your uncle, once this is done, all of a sudden, you can now go to your Guns Freestyle. And sometimes you may have to go right-click, browse the files, and just go to the Drive C over here. You can go to Program Files x86 if the install was 32-bit, which for Guns it is because it's such an old game. But if it's a 64-bit game, just go to Program Files. And again, once you go over here, you can go to Freestyle Guns. Let me just go to this right here. And as long as you find the launcher file, which for this, it's actually guns.exe in the directory. All you have to do is go back to the actual install you made. So right-click, configure, and of course go to game options, and underneath executable, you can go all the way to the end. And as long as this reflects, so here it's actually auto-tagged it to launcher.exe. Well, that's actually the right answer. So again, some experimentation is required. If you find launcher or game, it's really just try either one and see which one works best. So at this moment in time, all you do is double click the actual launcher, and like a Windows game, or really anything, it'll just launch the actual thing for you. So here it is, fguns.net. So here I can just hit start game, and boom, I can play Guns the Duel. Now this also extends to other installations as well too. For instance, I went on my GOG account and I decided, you know what, I wanted to play an old game from here. So this is kind of a good legal analog to something that you would find floating in the 7 seas of the internet. So what I did was I went to Alpha Protocol, really good game. I decided to download all of those original installers, and the same process effectively applied. I just went to Lutris again, installed it like I just showed you, and boom, I actually had Alpha Protocol, and all I have to do is double click on this, and I have the entire game ready to play. Now, to go back to Splinter Cell, how did I fix my option? Well, I decided to go on Reddit, and the closest thing that I found was 5 years ago, some guy was teaching how to run Splinter Cell Conviction on Windows 10 in 2020. It's crazy to think that 2020 was like 5
That's
years
how
ago.
bad these
Time really
developers
doesn't
are.
fly. But you know, when I was looking at the actual information over here, it led me through like a guide that I felt like I needed a college education to understand. Like you wanted me to go through so many menus.
It's
over
always
here,
like
and it really
that.
didn't have to be this complicated. All it really took me was going into the old, open seas of the internet and finding an old ISO file alongside a no CD crack. So yeah, once I found this pirated copy of the game that was available on a site where I could also download iStripper. Yeah, by the way, these no CD cracks do come with what appears to be triggered like malware results. Like you'll find things like this triggering in your Windows Defender or antiviruses. And generally speaking, like these sites will say these are false alarms, but again, none of this should be done without any, again, it's all up to you, right? Like it's all up to you if you want to risk your computer or anything by doing it. But anyways, I downloaded these like, DRM fixes and fixed files, and I actually installed a pirated version of Conviction, which surprisingly worked. Until I found out that, guess what, the DLC didn't work. Yeah, the DLC that you also pay money to play, which actually comes with a few cool maps, yeah, that also required me to do further fixes to this.
It always does.
So thankfully, I found the Splinter Cell Fusion Fix mod, which if you go all the way down over here, you can download this Fusion Fix, and it actually adds a whole bunch of options. Skip intros, restore LAN support, partial ultra-wide, all the boons that a company like Ubisoft should have probably provided, but they didn't. But most importantly, add an option to unlock a DLC content that's unavailable after servers shut down. Now, again, when I pirated Splinter Cell with the no CD cracks and this mod, I did it also on my Steam Deck to show you like how this works. So yes, following the same instructions that I gave you earlier, wow, almost Linus Tech Tips my Steam Deck. You can go over here and boom, hit OK, and lo and behold, thank God for piracy because I can fucking play this game again. How stupid is that? And not only can I play the game again, but if I'm gonna just check the DLCs, yeah, I have access to all of the extra maps as well. So, you know, God bless video game piracy, because without video game piracy, I would not have been able to play this old game that I was enjoying. And especially when I map the controls to controller, I can play it just like I did on my 360 with triple the frame rate. That's crazy. You know, the thing about Splinter Cell and Ubisoft is they'll do really stupid shit. Like, on May 30th, they tweeted out this, like, image of, like, Sam Fisher, like, from a CGI cutscene in the original games. And it's like, bro, you're not even doing anything with the franchise. What do you do? What are you doing at this point? If you don't even care about Splinter Cell, why is the company so busy getting their social media manager to tweet about this stupid bullshit when they're actually selling you fraudulent like software? They're selling you games that do not work. These are games that are actively on the store and they're broken as shit, and Ubisoft isn't fixing it. And this is one of the reasons why I wanted to make this video. You might be like, why are you screaming to the void, old man? Because honestly, I have a voice, and I feel like my voice can at least reach someone at Ubisoft. So instead of actually continuing to scam the audience by buying these experiences, they can probably spend just a little crumb of their money to set aside a team that can maybe fix a lot of their older games. You know, ironically, what's even wilder is like Capcom has Lost Planet 2, which is another great game. It just doesn't work because of games for Windows Live. But you know what they did? They removed the purchasing option because they knew it was better to not sell people a lemon. Unlike Ubisoft, yes, we are talking the bare minimum of at least delisting your fucking game so that you can try and attempt to fix it. Not that I think Capcom will, so it's better to play this on the RPCS3 emulator with the PlayStation Online, by the way. Games like Assassin's Creed, fuck Splinter Cell. Assassin's Creed 2 is probably arguably what shaped Ubisoft into the modern monolith that it's become. Why can you at least not fix something that old and gold? I don't get it. It just doesn't make any sense. I'm sure I'm not the only person screaming. You know, literally like 4 hours ago, one user was like, yeah, I was trying to play AC2 and that shit would give me an error. Game startup OC. Yeah, I know what it's like, homie. If anyone has any solutions, please help. Apparently, this problem started on June 4th, and only some people have found a solution. You know what the solution is, pal? Pirate the game. In fact, the top post is literally pirate the game. Just pirate the fucking game. Yep. Why? Why have we gotten to a point where we have to like pirate video games just to play the software that we bought? Either
developers,
refund the people
they
their
suck.
Money, Ubisoft, which I know they definitely won't do, or just fix the game.
It's not the devs this time. This is publishers. This is publishers, not devs. Publishers. Excuse me. It's
just
publishers.
give
They
people
suck.
Something, man. You know, it's like maybe they need some time away from like, you know, this massive sexual harassment trial that they have, which I guess maybe must be taking away their time, right, from focusing on all this. Where, yes, 3 executives in Ubisoft are actually in trial in France right now, accused of creating a company culture that allowed systemic harassment and sexism to thrive. So 3 guys, Thomas Francois, Serge Hassachet, and Guillaume Patrux, have been accused of sexual and moral harassment. I don't even know what moral harassment is, but goddamn. I mean, it's a pretty serious trial, obviously, when one of the claims is one of the actual like defendants in this case showed up to a breakfast on a business trip with just straight up like porn on their phone and told their colleagues that he jerked off this morning. And Francois reportedly said, "I shouldn't have done that in front of a woman." The rest of the allegations were addressed, according to Le Monde, with denials or explanations. For instance, in response to questions about racist or homophobic remarks, he said he has gay friends.
Approaching Stargate.
Oh, I'm not racist. I've got black friends. The black friend turns out to be like, yay. This is so stupid, man. But I mean, honestly, from a serious perspective, right? Like, according to one of the lawyers over here, they said, I've been a lawyer for 25 years, and I've seen some sordid files, but on this scale, never. So even if their victims are broken, used, if certain victims can no longer set foot in the company without the threat of being subjected to the same treatment, I want to underline the strength that they have. Now, of course, I don't doubt that Ubisoft's still showing up in every trade show and like E3 event or like, you know, game event that you can imagine. You know, especially from an industry that like a couple of years ago pretty much was on, what was it, like Blizzard's throat, rightfully for some of the most insane breast milk stealing culture that allegedly existed over there. So yeah, it's kind of insane to me to see this. Like, Ubisoft, just goddamn give us back the game. Just like, fix your game. It shouldn't be this complicated. It shouldn't require me, the gamer, the guy that spent money on your product, to break the law just to play a game from like 15 years ago on a computer, right? Like, it shouldn't have to be that way. Unfortunately, it is.
It is.
And I feel like
That's why I keep all the games that I like, because I know that I can't get them from the
At
developers.
least if they know something is broken, then at least hopefully
publishers, I mean.
they can either delist the game, which I don't want that to be the solution, or better yet, just fix a single player game so it doesn't need to connect to the internet just to
Approaching
play.
Stargate.
That makes no sense. That just doesn't make any sense. Brother, make it make sense. Please. But anyways, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Hopefully you learned how to install third-party games on your Linux system. I wanted that to be a little bit educational, just because people have always asked me, how do I install third-party stuff? And using things like Lutris or Bottles or really any container software is the best avenue. But that said, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Just like if you dislike it, Amen.
Autopilot jumping.
Thank you, Fern. I've liked the
This is the
subject
most
channel.
heavily guarded prison in Mexico. Tall mesh fences, huge watchtowers. The area is a no-fly zone. This prison is considered to be unescapable. Yet today, someone will escape. This someone happens to be the world's most powerful drug lord, El Chapo. He won't use any violence, nor will he climb over the fence. All he will do is walk into his shower and disappear. This is the story of how El Chapo became one of the most successful drug dealers in the history of mankind, how he was hunted by authorities for decades, and how he escaped them over and over again. And it's the story of how an interview with a Hollywood actor and a failing car engine finally brought him down. Joaquin Archivado Guzman Loera was born on April 4th, 1957, in a poor family in a poor neighborhood, the village La Tuna in Mexico's Sierra Madre Mountains. Boys here don't grow up wishing to be astronauts, firefighters, or doctors. They want to become drug traffickers. It's a way to make money, and money is a way out. People will call Guzman El Chapo because of his height. He doesn't grow taller than 1.67 meters. El Chapo drops out of school early. He doesn't even finish elementary school. Instead, he spends his time working on the marijuana and poppy fields, a family tradition. From a young age, El Chapo is extremely ambitious. He makes friends with big names in the local drug scene, determined to rise through the ranks of Mexican organized crime. First, he becomes a so-called problem solver. Whenever a truckload of drug shipment misses schedule, El Chapo eliminates the person responsible. His uncompromising attitude makes him trustworthy, and he grows close to the kingpin of the Guadalajara cartel. When the boss is arrested, El Chapo keeps the business running, ultimately setting up his own organization with other traffickers, the Sinaloa cartel. He organizes planes, trucks, and rail cars to deliver cocaine and heroin into the United States, and he even builds border-crossing tunnels, a skill that will come in handy many years later. In those early years, one incident really puts El Chapo on the map. This is Juan Jesus Posadas. He's the Archbishop of Guadalajara and a cardinal, one of the highest ranks in the church. Posadas is a popular man. He advocates for the poor and publicly condemns drug trade. Right now, he's on his way to the airport to meet an ambassador of the Vatican. At the same time, El Chapo and his bodyguards pull into the parking lot. They are here to catch a flight to the beach resort town of Puerto Vallarta, one of El Chapo's favorite places to party. We don't know exactly what happened in this parking lot next. One thing we know for sure, though, the cardinal will not survive. This is the official version. These brothers run a drug trafficking operation out of Tijuana. They are at war with El Chapo and his cartel. They fight over drug running territory, and somehow they get wind that El Chapo is going to be at the airport that day. So one of the brothers and a group of gunmen rush there to ambush him. When they spot him and his bodyguards, they step out of their cars and open fire. El Chapo and his men run toward the terminal building, taking cover behind cars in the lot. It's raining bullets, but somehow they manage to escape without getting hit. The failed assassination leaves 7 people dead, among them the Cardinal.
Warp drive active.
This is the version of events that authorities will publicly report. Posadas was caught in the crossfire. Wrong time, wrong place. But there are doubts about this story. His death doesn't appear like a coincidence. Forensic experts will later say it's likely that the gunman killed the Cardinal deliberately. He was shot 14 times from close range. Later, the officials suggest that the gunman had mistaken the cars. El Chapo regularly drives a white Mercury Grand Marquis, the same model Posadas sat in that day. The gunman thought it's El Chapo's car and opened fire. But the Cardinal wore his robe when he was shot. He was not dressed at all like a drug lord. If the gunman killed him at a close range, how could they have confused him with El Chapo? Years later, the successor of Posadas will make a serious accusation. He claims the murder of the Cardinal was a crime of the state.
Se trató de un crimen de Estado, perpetrado por la Policía Judicial Federal, es decir, por la Policía de la PGR.
He believes the police carried out the killing for the Mexican government. Posadas had accused government officials of having ties to these cartels. Up to this day, it remains a mystery. What really happened in 1993 at Guadalajara Airport? This is El Chapo's wife, his sons, and one of his closest partners. Just 2 months ago, El Chapo was captured and brought to Altiplano Maximum Security Prison. Now the group is working on a plan to get him out. They begin by acquiring an old property 1 kilometer away from the prison. Next, they buy an old warehouse nearby. Here they store weapons in an armored pickup truck. Then they hire workers for one very specific job, digging a sophisticated tunnel. Back in 1993, after the shootout at Guadalajara Airport, the Mexican government placed a bounty on El Chapo. It took just 2 weeks until he was found and arrested. He denies being responsible for the death of the Cardinal. He insists that he was the supposed target of the shootout. Ultimately, the authorities believe him. They don't charge him for homicide, just for drug trafficking. He is sentenced to 20 years in a Mexican prison.
20 years.
But he continues to run the Sinaloa cartel from behind bars. Through his lawyers, he passes orders to his closest allies. He doesn't need to be in the room to pull strings. His empire runs on whispered instructions and tightly coordinated moves. Sometimes real power is remote. With AnyDesk, you can access any desktop from anywhere. It works with all the major platforms: Windows, Mac, iOS, Linux, what have you. Completely secure and with top-notch performance. AnyDesk is a perfect tool if you want to work in sunny Mexico for a bit, without taking your huge desktop with you. People in our team literally use it all the time. AnyDesk connection is so fast that it often feels like we're sitting in our PC back home.
Wow.
It's also perfect if you want to help your friend or colleague fix a software problem remotely, with no lag, no limits, no middleman, and while keeping data private. Go to anydesk.com/fern to keep your empire running from away, across any setup, anywhere. In 2001, El Chapo has enough of life in prison. Also, the Mexican Supreme Court just approved a law that makes it easier to extradite criminals like him to the U.S. Time to get out. The official version of his first prison escape is spectacular. He supposedly drives a guard who helps him climb into a laundry cart. The guard then pushes the cart out of the cell, down the hallways, and through an unguarded gate to the parking lot. El Chapo jumps out and climbs into the trunk of a car. The guard gets in and drives to the outer prison gate. After a quick search, the car is waved through. Nobody checks the trunk. But again, that's just the official story. Several authors and journalists don't buy it. One argues that the prison's checkpoints were equipped with heat and motion sensors, capable of detecting any living creature, even a cat. That means the alarms would have gone off. Instead, the journalists suggest that El Chapo may have left the prison dressed in a police uniform, escorted by other corrupt officers. One way or another, systemic corruption likely played a role, and El Chapo put his newly won freedom to use.
Stargate.
In the following years, the Mexican cartel landscape changes dramatically. In 2002, the leader of the Tijuana cartel is killed in a shootout with police. one of the brothers who had supposedly tried to assassinate El Chapo at the
Autopilot
airport.
disabled.
A year later, the leader of the Gulf Cartel is arrested. 2 major cartels are now without leadership.
Warp drive
El
active.
Chapo sees an opportunity. He pushes into Tijuana and Gulf territory, triggering brutal fighting. Nuevo Laredo, an area along the U.S.-Mexican border, practically turns into a war zone. Former forces of the Mexican army begin working for El Chapo. They clash with what's left of the Gulf Cartel, whose core fighters were partly trained by the U.S. Early on, the violence results in more than 1,000 deaths, many of them civilians. And that's only the beginning. In 2006, Felipe Calderón becomes Mexico's new president. Determined to crack down on organized crime, he declares war on the cartels and deploys the military. The violence escalates dramatically. Between 2007 and 2014, over 160,000 people died in the course of the war on drugs in Mexico. In these years of bloodshed, El Chapo rises. He becomes the world's most wanted criminal, transforming the Sinaloa cartel into one of the most powerful criminal organizations in history. It becomes the top supplier of drugs to the United States: cocaine, heroin, methamphetamine, and fentanyl. El Chapo's cartel operates in 50 countries and generates billions of dollars in profits each year. In turn, El Chapo becomes extremely wealthy, eventually making Forbes' list of the world's billionaires. No wonder it's hard to keep him locked up. El Chapo's rescue commando needs to know the exact location of his prison cell, so they smuggle a GPS watch into his prison cell, disguised as a food item. Now the workers know in what direction they need to dig. Over the span of a year, they dig a sophisticated tunnel, a carefully planned complex construction costing approximately $5 million to make. The tunnel is 1.5 kilometers long and 1.70 meters high. It is reinforced by a wooden frame. There are lights and even a ventilation system. Digging a tunnel creates a lot of dirt, so the workers build a rail system with a motorcycle adapted to it to move the dirt out of the tunnel. The construction is also supposed to function as an escape vehicle later on. But how did El Chapo end up in El Altiplano in the first place? Andrew Hogan is an agent with the Drug Enforcement Agency. He wants to take down the most powerful drug lord on Earth, perhaps in history. Currently, he's looking for allies, but he soon discovers somehow there is no task force, no team, not even a single federal agent assigned to the job of bringing El Chapo to justice. So he takes a Spanish class and prepares to move to Mexico. Meanwhile, one of Andrew's colleagues in the US manages to get the pin to El Chapo's BlackBerry, thanks to someone in his inner circle. He tracks down his phone to the holiday resort Cabo San Lucas. The colleague immediately calls Andrew. They're excited, and so they pass the information to the officials in Mexico. The DEA and Mexican police quickly head down to the place where El Chapo is supposedly hiding, but he's nowhere to be found. Next, they narrow down El Chapo's phone signal to one of 3 mansions near the resort Cabo San Lucas. This time, it's a hit. He's there. But before the forces arrive, El Chapo just escapes through the back door. Somehow he makes it to an airstrip without being caught and is flown to safety. El Chapo always seems to be one step ahead. He constantly changes his SIM cards and phones, and simply outsmarts the authorities. One DEA agent supposedly said the Mexicans couldn't catch El Chapo if he was standing at the f***ing Starbucks across the street from the embassy. But Andrew Hogan doesn't give up. In May 2012, he moves to Mexico City with his family and takes over the Sinaloa case. In the months that follow, he and his team begin intercepting members of El Chapo's inner circle. Bit by bit, they uncover the cartel's complex communication system, how often numbers are changed, possible code names, and GPS locations. Slowly, a picture begins to emerge. One day, El Chapo seemingly wants to meet an underling in person, and he sends one of his chauffeurs to pick him up. Hogan tracks his phone. The chauffeur finally arrives at a place in Culiacan. The signal leads to a group of 5 houses. Hogan organizes a capture operation with dozens of Mexican Marines, helicopters, and trucks. And he joins the mission himself. They surround the property and storm inside. But once again, El Chapo is gone. Instead, they find a strangely placed bathtub covering the entrance to a tunnel that leads into the sewers of Culiacan. But this time, the Marines manage to stay on El Chapo's tail. 3 days later, they find out that one of his men had driven him to the coastal town of Mazatlan, to a hotel. The Marines enter the 4th floor of the hotel.
4.05. Nice.
They storm into room 401, heading straight for the bedroom. El Chapo is with his family. He barricades himself in the bathroom with an assault rifle. His wife pleads with the soldiers not to harm their daughters. Shortly after El Chapo surrenders, they got him. Andrew Hogan's job is done now. He caught the most wanted man on the planet, and he worries for the safety of his family, who moved to Mexico with him. So they board a plane back to the US. Meanwhile, El Chapo goes to Altiplano. The US is pushing hard for his extradition. This would likely be his doom, the end of his reign. Time for another tunnel.
Warp drive active.
The rescue team and the workers managed to locate the exact spot of El Chapo's cell shower. They build a 10-meter vertical passageway that connects the tunnel to the cell, including a ladder. All this digging and drilling creates a lot of noise. Several inmates are complaining, but the guards ignore them. El Chapo's rescue team manages to complete the 5 million tunnel directly into his prison cell, without anyone interfering. All that's left is breaking through the cell floor, and thus comes the day.
You guys are like, shut up.
El Chapo
We're
sits
doing
on his
something.
bed. A surveillance camera monitors him closely. The camera also records audio. You can hear television. The volume is turned up. But you also hear loud banging noises. Probably someone is breaking through the cell floor. Next, El Chapo begins to pace up and down in his cell. After some time, he walks to his shower stall, bends over, and goes back to his bed. He removes his shoes, sits for a second. Then he walks behind the shower wall. And simply disappears. He squeezes through the hole in the ground. It's just 50 by 50 centimeters wide. 1 meter below, he finds footing on a ladder. He climbs down 10 meters into the ground until he reaches the tunnel. Someone is already waiting for him, likely his wife's brother. The rescuer sits on the motorcycle on rails. El Chapo climbs on behind him. Together they make the 1.5 kilometer ride to the other end of the tunnel. When they arrive, El Chapo and his companion climb up a small ladder through the exit shaft. They end up in an unfinished house, covered with construction material. An ATV is parked outside. They drive a short distance to a warehouse and switch to an SUV. Then they drive for 2 hours, until they arrive at an airstrip. A plane is already waiting. They board it and fly to Sinaloa.
Warp drive active.
2 months later, one of El Chapo's sons posts a tweet. "I'm doing fine here. You already know with whom." Attached is a photo, presumably with his father. The tweet is tagged with a location, Costa Rica. Let's back up for a second. Some things about this spectacular escape just don't add up. There's video footage of guards watching their screens as El Chapo disappears, yet it takes them 20 minutes to check his cell. They even wait a few more minutes before they finally enter and check the escape hole. Also, it seems unlikely that building such a tunnel truly went unnoticed, after all inmates actively complained about the drilling noise. A large majority of Mexicans believe the escape was an inside job. Shortly after El Chapo's second prison escape, the prison's warden and 2 other officials were fired. Next, 4 Mexican officials were charged. 2 were members of Mexico's Secret Service, based at the prison. The other 2 were guards who sat in the control room, monitoring El Chapo's cell. The accusation is that they bought El Chapo valuable time by not raising the alarm once the drug lord was gone. And El Chapo, he again becomes one of the most wanted criminals on Earth. The pressure to finally bring him to justice is higher than ever. The hunt is on. Then El Chapo makes a crazy move.
Warp drive
He knows he's
active.
considered a legend in Mexico, and he wants even more fame. A movie about his life on the big screen. Sean Penn is already involved in a production about him, along with Mexican actress Kate del Castillo. Castillo manages to contact El Chapo and his associates. Finally, El Chapo agrees to meet her and Sean Penn in person to talk about the movie, while technically he's on the run. This is a photo of the meetup. Sean Penn interviews El Chapo about his career as a drug lord, a story later published by the Rolling Stone. In it, Penn reveals that El Chapo's escape tunnel engineers have been flown to Germany for 3 months of extensive additional training, necessary to deal with the low-lying water table beneath the prison. It's a gripping read. Beneath his smile, there's a doubtlessness to his facial expression. A question comes to mind as I observe his face, both as he speaks as while he listens. What is it that removes all doubt from a man's eyes? Is it power, admirable clarity, or soullessness? But according to government sources, the interview is also a crucial factor for investigators to get closer to El Chapo. Apparently all the while they're monitoring Penn and Castillo's movements very closely. It's October 9th, 2015. Mexican special forces are closing in on him in the mountains of Sinaloa. After a while, they actually spot him. He's only got one bodyguard with him. This is their moment. They take off after them, chasing them through the terrain. As they get nearer, El Chapo falls off a cliff. His bodyguard finds him and carries him to the depths of the forest. The special forces lose sight of them and they escape.
Wow.
A catastrophic failure. But the authorities don't give up the hunt. In January 2016, they get another chance. The Marines manage to locate El Chapo once again in the coastal city of Los Mochis. The clue comes from a taco order placed from a white van. Witnesses say the driver is one of El Chapo's men. The Marines begin to surveil the car. It ultimately leads them to a safe house. A few hours later, the soldiers storm the place. Cartel gunmen try to hold them off. A gunfight breaks out. The Marines eventually push up to the second floor, then the roof. But El Chapo is gone. True to his form, he and one of his gunmen fled through a hidden tunnel. Right now, they are climbing out of a drainage tunnel a short distance away, right across from a Walmart. El Chapo and his gunmen need to escape quickly. They steal a car, guns drawn, but after just driving a few blocks, the car breaks down. So they ditch it and lose valuable time. Then they take over another
The car broke
and manage to get on
down.
the highway, but it's too late. Police finally arrest El Chapo, one of history's most powerful drug lords. He tells the officers, "You are all going to die." 40 of his assassins are supposedly on their way to free him, but he gets handed over to the Marines, and it's over. After a decade of hide and seek, escaping over and over again, in all likelihood protected by systemic corruption, El Chapo has finally been caught. Later that day, the Mexican president tweets, "Mission accomplished. We have him." Soon after, El Chapo was extradited to the United States, the one thing he truly feared. On July 17th, 2019, 3 years after his second escape, he was sentenced to life in Colorado's Supermax prison.
Supermax.
That's where he remains locked up to this day.
Oh, wow. Wow,
This
Pablo
cartel
Escobar
and
is in
Mexican cartels are as
Colorado.
strong as
Oh,
ever,
my
operating as
God.
undeterred global organizations. There's so much more to this story that we couldn't cover in this video. But apparently, some video journalist obsessed with maps is about to pick it up very soon.
Oh, hi Fern. Love your stuff.
We will keep you posted.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, me too. Wait, what? Hold on. Oh, no. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Jump, jump, jump.
Warp drive active.
Get out your popcorn, folks, because today we're going to be talking about a monumental movie
Thank you,
from
Rerez. I'd like to
1989,
sub to your channel.
The Wizard.
Yes.
For some of you, that's all I need to say. You get it. You know exactly what that movie is.
I do.
But for many others, well, you've got no idea what it is or why it was once one of the most insanely important movies to have ever come out. If you happen to be a gamer, that is.
Yep.
This simple film became instantly legendary among those that grew up in the late 80s and early 90s video game scene because it's full of video games. At that time, not many movies featured video games at all, and if they did, it was either shown as a nerdy joke or included in ways that were confusing to the audience.
I forgot about The Wizard.
What does that giant face? Very confusing to the audience. Not The Wizard, though. When I first watched it, I saw kids around my age playing games I recognized and maybe had played myself. This is what stuck with me as a child. But this is not all that The Wizard is remembered for. To this very day, whenever folks talk about it, I always hear the same factoid spat out time and time again. The Wizard? Well, did you know that that movie was a redo of another movie, but with kids? Or that was just a feature-length Nintendo commercial. Or that movie invented esports competitions. I've heard all this stuff for years and accepted it as fact. And you probably have as well. But when I tried to research these talking points and learn everything I could about where they started, you know what I discovered? We've been lied to, majorly. Almost every interesting anecdote about this movie that we've repeated over the years has been exaggerated beyond reality or simply didn't happen. We're going on a hunt to debunk each of these so-called facts about The Wizard. Whether you're an old fan of the film or never heard of it or watched it before, there's going to be something here for everyone. So let's get going on this journey together.
Hey! Jimmy! Hey, get up!
But why, you may be asking. Would I bother spending time clearing the air on a 35-year-old movie about kids playing video games? Because these false issues everyone brings up, they distract from what should be the main concern with the Wizard. And that is the embarrassing representation of video games in this flick. Every video game scene is faked to an absurd degree where it ends up bending reality. And some of this stuff, in my opinion, was incredibly easy to get right. It's the kind of thing that just explodes my brain. I just can't turn it off when I know there's a mistake. When I was a kid, this stuff didn't bug me. But now that I'm a full-grown man-child, I anger. I anger very much.
What the hell is that? It's Corey's old video game.
Like here. How about turning on the console that your actors are apparently playing? It doesn't even have to actually be transmitting anything to the TV. Just power the light to stop your actors from looking the fool. They also stick sound effects into cabinets where they make no sense. Like this scene with what looks like a Data East arcade cabinet scrubbed of any identifying marks, but it sounds like this.
That was a good one. Good.
Not bad. Not bad.
Thanks.
That's the level completion music from Super Mario Brothers.
That was a good one. Good.
So, are they supposed to be playing Super Mario Brothers? Or rather, Nintendo's arcade version called Versus Super Mario Brothers? Because this isn't at all what a Versus Super Mario Brothers cabinet would look like.
470,000 and climbing on F1 Dream.
Well, that's a cool high score in F1 Dream. Only F1 Dream doesn't have a score system that can reach 470,000. It's more like a score in the double digits. When I played it, I struggled to get to 5 points. I
don't think I like this.
This Kash Patel interview is a banger. We're gonna watch a man who used to be like a conspiracy guy going on the Joe Rogan Experience as now the...
Going to go start my dinner. I'll be right back. Stuff to go to the floor. It's fucking weird. That goes there. Ice water. Tonight I will be having bulgogi beef with fried rice with kimchi. Okay, lower this light. Fucking hardcore, I can't stop playing it. It's fucking annoying.
Director of the FBI. Yeah, look at this headline. Kash Patel says he never promoted QAnon. Here are all the times he did. Kash Patel helped keep the QAnon movement alive on True Social, interacting with Q accounts, appearing on QAnon podcasts, and signing his children's books with a QAnon catchphrase.
Let's just get to it because I know it's on people's mind. Epstein, right?
I love Kash Patel because he just always looks like he's up to no good. Like, he's so high-strung, like, down to his f***ing hairstyle. That, like, he always looks like he's hiding something, dude. Like, he could be telling you about how he made his coffee this morning, and you'd be like, dude, there's something off about the story. Like, did you put crack in the coffee? Why do you look this way? You look so manic all the time, dude. He's always like, yeah, I'm not hiding the secrets about Jeffrey Epstein. He definitely killed himself. Joe, believe me, he killed himself. It's not weird that I look like I put my finger in an electric socket and zapped my hair this way. That's just normal hair. That's the cool hairstyle of a cryptocurrency boss, Joe. Believe me. It's the eyes and the hair, dude. Yeah, of course. Who could forget his government headshot? The classic, can we take another one? I wasn't ready. I was not ready for that shot. Let's do another one, please. Who's he looking at? Where is he looking? My soul. He looks like he's got x-ray vision. And he's looking at my insides, dude. You're just making fun of someone with cross-eyed? Is he even cross-eyed? What the f*** are you talking about? I guess he is a little bit cross-eyed. I didn't even notice that. I haven't even noticed that he was cross-eyed. Because he's like so locked in.
20 years ago, or whenever it was, 2006, 7, 8, Epstein gets his sweetheart plea deal, right?
Right.
After committing the most horrific crimes on planet Earth.
Yeah, who's the one who gave him a sweetheart plea deal? Oh, that's right. Trump's, at the time, labor secretary, Alexander Acosta, back when he was an upstart prosecutor in Florida. That's right. Nothing suspicious there, Joe. Remember, I used to be a conspiracy guy until I became a part of the conspiracy.
But the problem is there's been like 15 years of people coming in and creating fictions about this that doesn't exist. Where's the videotape of an Epstein Island of X, Y, and Z committing these frauds? Why haven't you given it to us? Do you really think I wouldn't give that to you if it existed? I'm working my ass off, along with the leadership at the Bureau and DOJ, to get you what we're allowed to give you. And you're going to get the video of the cell, and you're going to see for yourself. And we will never be able to convince everyone.
Okay, let's get into that. So
What did you think before you got in office? Did you think that Epstein was murdered?
No.
No suspicion at all of it?
But I have a different background, right?
Right.
So I was a public defender back in the day. I used to spend a lot of time in jails and a lot of time in segregated housing units, SHUs as we call them, right? And so...
Oh, you didn't think so, huh? You didn't think so, huh? Nah, Joe, you don't get it. I, unlike 99% of Americans, even though I was a conspiracy theorist, which puts me in the 100% of Americans who believe Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself, unlike the 99% of normal Americans who also still believe that but aren't conspiracy theorists,
Oh, I'm
I
gonna check
was
on my
the
dinner.
one guy who, out of all the conspiracy theories I do believe, like, because remember, this is a QAnon guy, chat. I'm the one swagged out QAnon boy who just simply, on the Jeffrey Epstein stuff, had this unique position.
And I've known people that have committed suicide in these cells. And I know how you get in, how you get out, who works the system. And so the way, based on public information at the time, that he ended up put the pictures and him hanging himself, I was like, man, that guy killed himself. There's just no way that you could have run an op and had people go into that cell and not have any video of it and not have any people come out and say, hey, yeah, I saw that guy, he shouldn't have been there, the guard or this guy. There's just no access points into places like this in the detention center he was in, which I've been in.
So why were both the cameras busted during the duration? Both guards allegedly asleep, cameras mysteriously were not working. It's crazy that Jeffrey just killed himself right in that perfect moment, dude.
What I was told, what I'd read, was that the guards were not paying attention or were sleeping.
Well,
right?
Yeah, and in short order, you'll see it.
Is that correct?
Well, it's hard to surmise that from a video, right? Like,
right.
Where they and look, do guards doze off on the night shift? Yeah. But no one can get in to the cell. And if they had gotten in to the cell, you would see it.
But we were told that the cameras were down.
Well, I don't know who said that.
Oh, so the cameras are not down. Oh, so for this entire time, everybody was lying, I guess.
That was in the news.
We're giving you all the
Dude, even Joe, Kash Patel is, like I said earlier, because of the way Kash Patel presents himself in the most suspicious manner possible, him trying to defend this position makes it extra funny. Like, he's not one of these, like, smooth operators who can just, like, remain seemingly calm under pressure. When he's not under pressure, he looks like he's under pressure. He's like, yeah, the cameras, maybe they were off. I don't know.
Well, I don't know who said that.
But that was in the news.
We're giving you all the footage we have.
Oh, all the footage we have, except for the CCTV footage that was erased by technical errors. Surveillance video from disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein's first suspected suicide attempt was destroyed by accident. This was the attempt. And the second time, the cameras were down. The requested video no longer exists on the backup system and has not since at least August 2019 as a result of technical errors. FBI studies 2 broken cameras outside of cell where Epstein died. 2 cameras that malfunctioned outside the jail cell where financier Jeffrey Epstein died as he awaited trial on sex trafficking charges have been sent to the FBI crime lab for investigation. Epstein's lawyers told the U.S. District Judge Richard Berman on Manhattan on Tuesday that they had doubts about the New York City chief medical examiner's conclusion that the client killed himself. Wow. So not only the first attempt, there was no CCTV jail footage because it was just erased because of technical errors, including the backup. Also, it's just a sequence of technical errors. Every time this guy was trying to kill himself, who knows how? Guys, you don't understand. The sequence of technical errors are unimaginable, okay? It's just so unfortunate that every time this dude was either trying to kill himself or successfully killed himself, apparently, you're ignoring the far more likely explanation: lazy-ass guards not wanting to do their jobs, as in going by every 15 minutes, against policy. They work double shifts and wanted to sleep. No, you're misunderstanding me. Like, the guards could very easily be in on it, or they could have very easily been sleeping. That's not my argument. I'm not talking about the f***ing guards. I'm talking about the fact that while the guards were sleeping, which is, likely, right? That's fine. But in any case, it's not that the questionable part about this is not that the f***ing guards are sleeping. It's that the cameras in both circumstances, the cameras fell asleep. How did the cameras fall asleep in both of these circumstances? Jeffrey Epstein autopsy shows bones and neck were broken. Such injuries can occur in a suicide by hanging, especially in older people like the financier who was 66. Yeah, guards are sleeping, cameras are sleeping. The bone injury to the neck is also more commonly in instances of strangulation rather than like suicide.
So why wasn't that released like immediately? Why did this speculation escalate?
I think you'd have to ask whoever the Attorney General back then was, Bill Barr.
Did you ever see, do you remember that HBO autopsy show? Dr. Michael Baden, he's a famous forensic scientist. So he's a pathologist, and he reviewed the case, and it was his determination that it was a homicide because of the way his neck was broken. And what he said was it was indicative of a ligature strangulation, and it was because of the positioning.
God, I love when this fucking conspiracy nut is actually locked in on something, anything. I would bet the cameras failed way more often, but nobody cared when nothing happened. Epstein could know he had an opportunity to off himself because the guards weren't coming by. Wait, what? Dude, think about the incredible events. First of all, if he's trying to fucking off himself, how does he know that the cameras are off? How does he know that the guards are sleeping? He's in his fucking cell.
Approaching Stargate.
Why? Why would a guy who is endlessly powerful and has an unimaginable amount of wealth and an unimaginable amount of power trying to kill himself twice? And the first circumstance is even more mysterious, considering that there was a former insane cop. He was on suicide watch. If the guards aren't coming by every 15 minutes, they aren't doing their job. He wasn't on suicide. He wasn't on suicide. He wasn't actually on real suicide watch, by the way. I think the first instance wasn't even suicide either. He seemingly had a very interesting bunkmate. The first time he quote unquote committed suicide, his gigantic bunkmate, Officer Tartaglione, the fucking psychotic roid head who had been in prison for assassinating, 5 drug dealers after a drug deal that he participated in went wrong.
Autopilot
and then he
jumping.
literally buried the bodies in such a shallow grave that their arms were sticking out. So not exactly the smartest guy in the bunch either, but he was a fucking juice lord. I guess Jeffrey Epstein wanted to kill himself because he didn't want to be around this guy anymore. He was like, man, this guy's a real yapper. I'm gonna kill myself. I do not entertain even a little bit. If you want to call this my one conspiracy theory, you can. I don't even think this is a conspiracy theory. I do not even remotely entertain the possibility that a CIA and Mossad asset who had previously gotten a sweetheart plea bargain deal that no one has ever gotten in the history of child sex trafficking was this time apprehended and was like, oh no, my days are over, I'm going to kill myself. The very fact that he had all of that compromising information that mysteriously we will never find out, all the CDs, because every single property that he owned was filled to the gills with cameras, running at all times, and all of the CDs that they recovered, all the tapes that they recovered with mysterious names written on them, none of them we will ever find out about. A guy that has that much information up here is unimaginably valuable. Why do you care so much about this case? I don't get it. What do you mean? It's one of the most interesting. It's like saying, why do you care so much about 9/11? Why do you care so much about the JFK assassination? It's one of those things that's like a broad daylight, clear as day, sex trafficking and blackmail operation that involved some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals on the planet, dude. What are you talking about? Why do I care? A dude that was most likely, very likely, a federal agent, a agent of both the CIA and most likely Mossad, that engaged in a blackmailing operation and was linked with motherfucking the Clintons, who would go to his New Mexico ranch with regular frequency You think that that's not interesting? A prince was involved in this, Prince Andrew. It's truly one of the most interesting cases of our generation.
Yep.
Look, I think the story is spicy, but it's not something that I see as a thing. What? I'm interested in who was involved. Oh man, shut the f up.
This
What
was
is this?
so
Do we
good.
got people tuning in from Langley? What the f going on right now? Dude, just stop talking about this. Why do you care about this? It's like such an irrelevant story, actually. I don't care about like Jeffrey Epstein and whether he killed himself or not. Just stop looking into that, please. He was 100% a Mossad asset and probably a CIA asset too. I fully believe one or both got the tapes. Like I said, dying mysterious at home. I'm 100% there, but he was murdered. But I've seen zero evidence that the guards did it or someone got into MCC undetected. Well, considering that
was
the
a good
first
meal.
instance was already suspicious enough with another.
All right, back to it.
With another a person that was in prison. It doesn't have to be like a hitman that snuck into the federal prison. Dumbest motherfucker on the planet. Yeah, the pedophile ring comprised of the most rich and powerful people in the world is kind of a boring non-story. Like, dude. Ehud Barak, the former prime minister of Israel, was going in and out of this dude's Manhattan estate in 2016. Are you fucking joking? What the f are you saying? Elon Musk's brother Kimball Musk, also in his New York Manhattan estate on numerous occasions. There is no way that a guy like that is killing himself in prison, dude. The Diddy shit is interesting, but if you find the Diddy shit to be interesting, then you have to literally be laser focused on this. This is Diddy shit at a way higher level.
Epstein's autopsy points to homicide. Pathologist hired by brother claims. New York City medical examiner strongly disputed the claim that the evidence from the autopsy suggested strangulation. Dr. Michael Baden said in the morning TV show Fox and Friends Mr. Epstein experienced a number of injuries, among them a broken bone in his neck, that are extremely unusual in suicidal hangings and could occur much more commonly in homicidal strangulation. I think the evidence points to homicide rather than suicide, said Dr. Baden, who observed the autopsy done by city officials. Dr. Baden, a former New York
I
City...
dislike that I'm engaging in all this stupid shit just by repeating it, and like, but I'm just absorbing what they're saying. I don't agree with a lot of this. I'm not. I wasn't there. I don't know.
Medical examination and a Fox News contributor said, I have not seen in 50 years where that occurred in suicidal hanging case.
Under normal circumstances, I would think that the FBI deputy director that's going on the #1 conspiracy podcast would probably be a little bit more equipped about all of the lines of questioning that he's going to receive about Jeffrey Epstein. But this administration is different, so I do believe that Kash Patel might be so stupid as to not knowing
please
what
let me
all
in.
of
Please
the
let me
lines
in.
of inquiry will look like and not looking into it. Every other administration, I'd be like, no, of course he's lying. Like, obviously he knew about this. Obviously knew about this. Lying.
Nice.
Oh, I didn't know this information existed. But then again, I also feel like Kash Patel is like, if he's a QAnon guy, like, did he not talk about Jeffrey Epstein at all? Like, I don't think there's no way that he's not talking about Jeffrey Epstein.
Suicide.
Sorry, he's not the deputy director. That's Dan Bongino. He is the director of the FBI. Dan Bongino is the deputy director of the FBI. Kash Patel, another media guy, and a famous author of numerous children's books. That Kash Patel is the director of the FBI.
Dr. Sampson also dismissed Dr. Baden's contention that the circumstances around Mr. Epstein's death suggested other people may have been involved. She said her office had done a complete investigation, taking into consideration information gathered by law enforcement in making the determination.
So this is a perfect example of going back to my public defender and prosecutor days. This is what we call a war of experts. You can always find someone to come in and say the opposite.
Right.
And I used to do it all the time. I mean, I represented some of the worst humans that you can possibly imagine on Earth. Literally. The guys that were trafficking children from Mexico into America.
Okay, dude, what the don't... That's weird, man. You're a weird guy. Why would you say that? Like, I get it. You're
why do you say it like that?
Damn, like that's an odd flex as the current director of the FBI that is mysteriously talking a very weird game about the Jeffrey Epstein situation. Kash Patel's so stupid, he's about to tell Joe Rogan that, you know, Joe, we run. Like, I own the most child pornography, Joe. Like, I just want to let you know. As the FBI director, I am now in charge of the largest trove of CSAM, which is true, by the way. That is literally true. The FBI does unironically own the largest trove of CSAM on the planet.
When did you become aware of this video that showed that no one had gone in and out of the cell?
Recently.
So why was it recent, though? I mean, if this death was... How long ago was this death?
I don't think
2
we can
years?
two-man this. I'm going to leave. I'm too young.
2019? Oh, really? Wow, time flies. So, 6 years.
Well, again, that's part of what I'm going to try to answer for you.
Jeffrey Epstein jail CCTV erased by technical errors. Whoopsies.
Yeah.
Well, you see how anybody on the outside... I mean, this is like a perfect storm for something. Can you put that article up?
Oh, come on, Joe, you bitch. God damn it, you are such a dick sucker of this admin, dude. God damn. Dude, can you imagine Joe having an opportunity to talk to the FBI director under Brandon? You think he'd be like this? You think he'd be like, oh yeah, it just seems like a lot of mysterious mistakes. I guess a perfect storm. Ha ha ha.
U.S. prosecutor said the jail mistakenly saved footage from the wrong cell. Sorry. Epstein, a convicted sex offender, first tried to kill himself in July last year and hanged himself in jail.
Hang on.
Yep.
Reread that line.
That he first tried to kill himself in July of last year. Yeah.
How much of the American public do you think knows that?
Is there a cigarette going?
There you go.
Maybe I heard it and forgot. Did you ever hear
It's
it,
a
Jim?
joint?
Dude, yeah, that's the first quote-unquote tried to kill himself moment with Officer fucking Tartaglio. Come on, Joe. Yeah, I did know it, okay? And many people who paid close attention to this case, which according to that one chatter I banned, was really weird to just care about this case, you know? It's just, stop looking into it.
I'm not saying every single camera in the place was working. I'm saying we've got footage and you're getting it.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can make up your own mind. And the theories can continue. But my job
So
is to give
you
you the
became
information.
aware of this footage recently.
The ones that we're looking at, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, but this is like an article from quite a while ago that was saying that the footage was mistakenly erased.
It's just odd that the footage got erased twice on both quote-unquote suicide attempts. The footage mysteriously went away. How can that happen? Especially after the first time. Don't you think that that's something that, especially if he was placed under suicide watch, don't you think that that's something that they would care about? They're gonna drop an AI video? Yeah, I can see that. I can see that.
It's the people that were in power then. I mean, I get it that you want to hold me to account for their actions, and
No, I'm not saying
not you,
I'm not saying that.
not you, just the public in general. And that's okay.
What's confusing to everybody today, first of all, it's very confusing because AI can kind of make anything. You know, which has got to be a bizarre position for you to be in when you're looking at videos. I mean, I've watched Viking videos, look real, you know? They just make Viking towns. I mean, it's really quite incredible what they're doing now, and it accelerates every month. I mean, I talked to Elon about it, and he said we're blown away literally every week. Every week there's some new breakthrough. We're like, wow, we didn't expect that.
Well, I can tell you after having looked at it, this ain't gonna be AI.
You don't think so?
You're gonna. It's just not.
Oh my god, it's definitely gonna be AI. Oh my god. Okay, now I'm convinced. Before I was thinking, they'll just be like, we couldn't find the camera footage. Now, I guess the cameras weren't busted. Turns out it's 100% AI. It's gonna be like Jeffrey Epstein being like, with that robotic AI voice. Jeffrey Epstein being like, I, Jeffrey Epstein, want to kill myself. I can't take it anymore. Also, I love Hillary Rodham Clinton and hate Donald Trump for being cool enough to cut ties with me even before he found out I was diddling children. And it's like he's got like fucking 8 fingers. And they're like, this is not AI. Don't say this is AI. It's anti-Semitic to say this is AI. This has to be the Viking AI Joe saw. What? Look at his fingers. Going to England. This is kind of funny. Going to England. It's Danelaw now. Going to England.
It is funny. Oh my god.
It's Danelaw now. So stupid. Get ready with me to pillage is actually a banger sketch idea. Quick pillage. We are going into the monastery. Look at how weak these English people are. It is time to sell them to slavery. I will bring one back to my wife, my shield maiden. Oh,
My
okay,
shield maiden.
Okay, let's get...
Not great. You know, it's like if it were AI, like someone wanted to come in and make it, they'd make it better.
But why would you make it better when people could, you could have ambiguous footage that is, totally generated by AI? I mean, AI can generate blurry images, AI can generate night vision, AI can generate essentially anything that's already existed, like really shitty 1984 VHS tapes. They can do that.
They can, but I'm telling you, I'm giving you the tape from the tape. There's, just like I'm giving you the documents from the vault, just like I'm giving you information to Congress on COVID origins or what have you, what we find is what you're getting.
I like that these guys also were all super skeptical of government narratives. Even like the FBI under the Trump administration, they were like, oh, they're the FBI are enemies of ours, right? The enemies of the truth. But now that like it's other podcast guys that are in charge of the FBI, all of a sudden, everything's
podcast guys that are in charge of the FBI.
Everything is airtight. You can trust the government narratives now. Because the guy telling you to trust the government narratives is just like you. The guy from the government that's telling you that the government narratives are actually correct is a guy just like you. They put a podcast guy in there, and all the podcast guys that were like, I don't trust nothing from the government, is now going, nah, this is actually cool. This is fine.
Maybe, let's put it into perspective. Jails are not the most efficient, best run places. It's not like
Fort Knox?
Yeah.
No, it's not.
It's, yeah.
We're working with what we got.
Right.
So, and listen.
Yeah, Joe, we gotta fund the police. These pussies, they defunded the police, Joe. These cowards, these libtards, Joe. We gotta fund them. That's what it is, Joe. That's the
This
problem.
guy's not the only guy to kill himself in prison. It happens, I don't know how often.
Right.
All the time.
Actually, the facility that they're talking about had a very, very low rate, at least that year. I think they might not have had a single other suicide, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see. I remember reading something about it, but it was so long ago I can't remember. Also, yeah, people do get murked all the time. Suicide, on the other hand, is not, in that specific facility, was not so common. We're also talking about, like, an incredibly high-profile individual. Get the out of here. Thought it was that no other suicides in that shoe for 20 years. Are you seriously telling me that this guy runs the FBI? I am from the UK. Lad, you don't even know the half of it. You're just looking at him as an unserious person on the Joe Rogan Experience. Wait till you find out more about his background. He is a child books author. That's his, like, previous shit that he was famous for. The children's book that he wrote.
Deb, oh my God, Kash Patel, from children's book author to director of the FBI. Oh my God.
About Donald Trump being like a wizard or something, or taking down the wizard that is the Democratic Party. Prior to Jeffrey Epstein's death in August 2019, suicides at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in New York were exceedingly rare. The last reported suicide at the facility occurred 21 years earlier in 1998. When Philadelphia mobster Louis Tura hanged himself in a cell. First suicide in 21 years at the MCC, the facility that Jeffrey Epstein was in. It happens all the time, Joe. All the time. Last time it happened was 21 years ago, Joe. All the time. Think about how common that is. Also, cameras turn off all the time at the time of the suicide. Cameras always turn off at the time of the suicide while the prison guards are sleeping. It happens so frequently. Stop asking me questions about this. Please, halt your investigations. Cease your investigations, Joe. I thought we were friends. Yeah, I even doubt that the fucking mobster actually killed himself, too. That was probably also a hit.
But, I mean, so many people have been implicated, right, already. And some of that information, what they did to Prince Andrew and everybody else is already out there. And so that's the conspiracy stuff that me, Bongino, and the folks have to say, look, we will give you everything we can, and then we will have done our job. Also,
He looks awesome. I love it in low FOV. It's so
The
good.
Jan 6 guy, the COVID worker.
Oh, dude.
There, I'm
come on,
finally
man,
done.
trust
I'm
me.
finally done.
I am the guy. You would trust me, right, Joe? Look at me. Look at how trustworthy I am.
Had a shred of evidence that this guy was murdered, I would be the first guy to bring this case hard and fast. And I would even doing press conferences every week on it.
Mm-hmm.
The first guy.
Okay, dude.
The first guy.
Yo!
The first guy.
Look into my eyes. You can see the white of my eyes, Joe. This is a sign of trustworthiness.
That's what I'm asking people to play out to their logical conclusion. I'm not Comey. I'm not McCabe. I'm not the guy that was in the seat before. I have a wildly different background. I've been putting out the truth my entire career. Why would I risk all of it on this guy?
I believe you. Catch the light. I believe. I just think that,
bro.
Are you guys still smoking weed? Why would you coat your lungs with tar? Aren't you supposed to be smart or whatever? I don't know. Maybe I'm just biased. I don't know.
What do you mean? This is the greatest advancement that you did not deserve in your whole life. Of course you're going to defend the newfound position that you have and do a basic 180 on most of the conspiracy theories that you previously believed. Okay, you're the FBI director. Where's the fucking QAnon shit that you were pumping? Huh? Why haven't you arrested Tom Hanks, Cash Patel? Why haven't you arrested all the pedophile clones like Mike Pence? What happened? Where we go one, we go all, right? Well, you're there, and we're back here. Why haven't you arrested all the fucking criminal pedophiles in the deep state? What happened? Did they all secretly get executed? Where are the files that show that they're secretly executed? Yeah, QAnon literally believes every Democrat should be hanged in Gitmo. Why haven't we done that? No one gives a f if he killed himself. Where are the arrests? Who are the clients? They're just insulting our intelligence at this point. So his only argument is, believe me, bro. He's a terrible lawyer. He's a terrible liar. He's a lawyer, so it comes naturally to lie. Just expect him to be better at it. Let's ask Virginia Roberts what she thinks of. Oh, wait, we can't because she died under this guy's watch. Do you think we would participate? Yes, absolutely. Dude is full of shit. You could tell in the first 30 seconds. Cash Patel is such a liar. I've been working so hard on this, but hasn't read evidence that was released 6 years ago. How come Joe Rogan knows more than the guy working the case? I don't even care if he killed himself. Where's the evidence in prosecuting the criminals involved in his activities? Okay, fine. He killed himself. Now let's see that list. This might be the biggest lie ever told on Joe. And I've been watching Joe since he did this from his house. Why is Maxwell in prison if there's no evidence? Yeah, Joe's own community is not buying this shit at all. Is Joe officially a propaganda mouthpiece for the right? To be fair, Reddit Joe Rogan has been anti-Joe Rogan for a while now. And also, this is not the first indication that he's a propaganda mouthpiece for the right. He has been a propaganda mouthpiece for the right for a while now.
Yep.
Come on, man. He endorsed Ron DeSantis. I'm not even talking about
Ron
Trump.
DeSantis?
Okay? You can be a
Are you
dumb,
fucking
apolitical
serious?
guy and be like, I don't really know anything. This Trump guy's like funny. Whatever. Right? He seems like a real honest guy. Sure. Fine. Okay. Why not? But I do not believe that you could ever, in good conscience, endorse Ron DeSantis unless you are literally an op. You are an operative for the Republican Party. Because Ron DeSantis does not have any of the trademark cool factors that Donald Trump has.
Don't we?
No,
As a country,
it's
there's
good,
so
right?
much.
I mean, they make
JFK tapes. Come on, like release the documents. We all love them. We love them. We love UFO ones. We love everything. We love the craziest conspiracies. They're exciting. We don't want to hear that he tried to kill himself in July and then succeeded in August. Sex offenders for children are not treated well.
And also, by the way, most Americans haven't, nor should they. Have you ever spent 1 minute in segregated housing?
No.
It's the worst. The absolute worst. Like, you and your background, you could probably handle it, right? Like, just in all reality. Most Americans, you put them in there for 5 seconds, they're going to slam their head against the wall. Literally. They're going to lose their mind.
Yeah.
Immediately.
Yeah.
It's that bad.
I'm sure.
And we're not going to do that.
And you have to be methodical.
And we have to be, that's the other thing, right? We're reviewing not just the video, we're reviewing everything as meticulously as we can, because that's what we owe the American people. That's our job. And I don't want to rush to the sticks or the podium and just say, hey, look what we found.
Right.
And then be like, oh, sorry, I forgot the 4 seconds. If we miss 4 seconds, we'll be like, oh, well, it's in the 4 seconds you missed.
Right.
So I'm
How much can you talk about what you've seen?
Not yet. Just what I've told you.
Can you say you've seen anything?
No, that's the point, that there's nothing in there. like in the video.
I've never been more convinced that Jeffrey Epstein absolutely did not kill himself and was definitely assassinated. Oh my God. Kash Patel is the least convincing man on the planet. Kash Patel would convince me of the opposite of things that I have believed for my entire life. Kash Patel could come up to me and be like, yeah, socialism is the way, actually. I'd be dropping that shit, okay? I'd be like, what? No, I'm capitalist going forward. It is crazy. People are saying he's the most unconvincing man in America. What is going on? I'm starting to think Kash Patel did it. Yeah, he's so unconvincing. It sounds like he did it, bro. He looks like a standoffish townsman with a mysterious devotion to a single obsession unknown to weary travelers in an H.P. Lovecraft story.
You talking about the video of the murder? Or the
Okay, I'm back where I was when I died.
The video from the island.
Oh, that's it. Sorry. So you're talking
And
about
now I'm gonna work on
again, we're
named
gonna give
mobs, but I'm just gonna
everything
go
we
to
can.
I'm just gonna go to
We're not gonna
Starstone.
re-victimize women. We're not gonna put that shit
Shut
back
the
up.
up.
Not-
You are the Trump administration's FBI director. What the do you mean you're not going to re-victimize the women? First of all, the surviving victims definitely want this information to be out there. And I say that because some of the victims recently died. One of the victims recently died. And they certainly wanted this information to be out there. That's crazy.
Not happening, because then he wins. Not doing it. You want to hate me for it? Fine. Again, logical play out. If there was a video of some guy or gal committing felonies on an island, and I'm in charge, don't you think you'd see it?
If you have access to it.
If I have it. Period.
Oh.
If I have it. If I have it.
Oh, trust me, bro. Trust me, Joe.
Where else would it be?
Right. If you have it.
Right.
But you can't say that you have it.
No, we're giving you everything we have.
So far.
Everything we have so far is
Have you guys gone over all the video that's available?
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. That's what takes so much damn time.
Right.
And
is there video from the island?
Not of what you want. The people out there have filled the void with can't wait to see X, Y, or Z.
Right, speculation.
And I'm like, here's the other thing I've been asking for, right? Openly. If you have information on this, call us. Tell us. The best resource we have is the American people in the world.
Right.
Get me the tail numbers. Get me the flight, get me new information.
Do not call the FBI.
So this narrative might not be accurate, that there's video of these guys doing this.
Exactly.
Is it possible that the video
That's
was
a terrible
taken and
message.
destroyed?
Well, you're talking about, decades worth of stuff, right?
Email them.
We have what we have pursuant to lawful search
too late.
warrants and authorities from the case. That was done, however many years ago it was done. That's what we have. If other people have other stuff and they want to give it to us, bring it.
Have you guys reviewed everything that you have?
Almost. Yes, we have, and now we're figuring out how to put it out.
Since we were talking about fake news, this is going to come up because it's been going on since we've been recording here. Elon and Trump seem to be in a bit of a spat, Joe. You can check the tweet that Elon just put out a little bit ago.
Time to drop the really big bomb. Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day. Jesus Christ.
I'm not participating in any of that conversation.
What is
between Elon and
have a
Trump.
nice day, DJT? Someone should take his phone away.
They're going back and forth about different things. And
Yeah.
Well, he said he was disappointed in Elon.
yeah, they told him to leave.
Jesus Christ, that's a crazy thing to say. How does he know? Does he know that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files? Or does he have access to the Epstein files?
I don't know how he would, but I'm just staying out of the Trump Elon thing. That's way outside
What
my
the
lane.
are they doing?
I know my lane and that ain't it.
I just don't. I mean, I understand he owns Twitter. I think it's bad for your mental health. I think posting things public all day and arguing with people all day is bad for you.
Get the
Well, you raise a great
fuck
point.
out of here, dude.
Half
Get
of
the
what we have
oh,
to
come
is the
on,
click army on social media.
Oh my God, this was the
You
least
guys sit on social media all day. You just quoted a tweet. I think social media is bad. As you quote a tweet, you're so dumb. I think social media is bad or whatever. I mean, like I know I think social media is bad, but and he's right about that. I'm sorry, but it's like I'm not mad about that point that he's making. I agree with him about that. But then you're quoting a tweet inside of the same 30 seconds. You're like, oh, just got a tweet from Elon about Trump being in the Epstein files. And it's weird. And then out of the next fucking next breath, you're like, social media is bad. But I mean, isn't that your life? I mean, you're Joe Rogan. You're a podcast guy. Social media is your fucking life.
Can declare your status illegal with no real reason other than made up claims that you are a criminal.
I now present to you Her Royal Majesty Queen Romana. You are ignorant AF. BSAF.
My fellow Canadians, I address you today as your Queen and Commander-in-Chief. We
Your
are
queen.
on the eve of World War III.
Allahu Akbar. The translation is God is the great. And when you meet someone from the Arab world, greet them. Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon you.
She calls herself the Queen of Canada. Others call her a cult leader.
I will bless the Atlantic Ocean.
I will bless the Atlantic Ocean.
A woman who has crisscrossed the country to share her strange and violent messages.
You will receive
Strange and
Not
violent
one.
messages.
but 2 bullets on your forehead.
I'm not a dictator.
Oh, no.
I am guided by the highest divine beings.
I do believe it is a cult. She is very dictatorial towards the people who live there, demands that they do certain things. That all speaks to me as a cult.
She said to me, Kevin, when I told him to, he would have been shot. Could she be abusive? She is abusive.
Thank you, Queen Romana. Thank you.
The self-proclaimed Queen of Canada has offered up threats, even calling for a public execution of elected officials.
And for some, her wish is their command.
I think I'm done with this game for today. It's been 8 hours of it. I caught up to where I lost.
Yeah. Yeah, he wears red high heel shoes down the main street with the elite.
God help us and Godspeed.
Assalamu alaikum. And I will say this in Arabic also. Allahu Akbar.
Hi guys. Today I want to talk about Romana Dudulu, who is Dululu. She is the Queen of Canada. She's also an alien, and she can speak to babies telepathically.
You are communicating with me telepathically.
Now let me tell you one thing about this woman here. If there is a conspiracy theory, not only does she believe in it, but she is somehow at the center of it in the best way possible. If there's some kind of heroic thing, oh, she's the hero. If there ever was a video for me to wear a tinfoil hat, this is the one. This is the magnum opus. So I'm gonna need you to grab a snack and your tinfoil hat and settle in, because I'm gonna take you on a journey, baby. I have converted to a new underwear company. You thought I was gonna say religion. No, it's called Parade. They make underwear, and they are sponsoring this video. I am not going to try this on for you. I'm not, okay? Because I don't want to. You know, it's not that kind of channel, baby. I have several lines, but the one that I particularly like, it's called Replay. And the reason why I like it is because
It is
Docking
using
permission
fabric
requested.
and materials that would usually be
Docking
wasted
permission requested.
in this
Docking
process
request
of making
accepted.
the underwear. And they're not sacrificing things like style and comfort. Now, when it comes to my underwire bras, that type of bra usually for me is pretty uncomfortable. Like after a certain point, I'm like, oh my God, I just want to take it off. It's just the nature of the beast. Except with this one, it gives me the support that I need while still being comfortable. Usually I would have to either get less support, more comfort, or whatever, because the fabric, let me tell you, this particular set, the colorway is called 8-ball color block. They have a lot of different styles and colors, but they sell out fast. If you find something on the site that you like, get it now. And also I have a code for you, and it's a pretty good code. So it's 30% off the entire site. My code is MORE30, by the way, and there is no minimum purchase. So I love that. You could scan the QR code, which I will put here. Become a Parade convert like me. Thank you guys so much for listening and watching, and thank you to Parade for supporting my channel and sponsoring this video, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye. So the whole thing started when a little alien starseed royal baby was born in the Philippines. We don't really know much about her early life in the Philippines because there's not a lot of facts about that other than her own version of events. Now I'm gonna need to I'm gonna need you to take it with a whole salt shaker worth of salt. The TV just turned off and now I'm yellow, and it turned back on and I'm blue again. The aliens are out to get me. The thing is, I don't know why I'm talking like this, because I'm in a hotel room and I feel like they can hear me, but I'm gonna have to get over that. There aren't many records. Now what we do have is her website. So that's what I was talking about when I said take it with a salt shaker of salt before the aliens tried to intercept me. And so I just want to read you from her website, because honestly, it's nothing better than her own words. So here we go. There are a lot of typos, and I will read them as written. Okay. Early life. Born into a privileged life, modern equivalent of royal family, the youngest of 2 children. Oh, she speaks in the third person all the time. Romana was raised speaking English, Latin, Spanish, Tagalog, and Hiligaynon, taught by her grandmother, a grade 1 school teacher. The same grandmother of hers who mounted strategic defense and offense and successfully blocked the Japanese from invading their regional stronghold, all caps, during World War II, all lowercase. Growing up with the profound influence of her grandmother, Father Romualdo Dudulo Jr., a lawyer and engineer, and her mother, Ana Dudulo, and her eldest auntie, Winifreda Dudulo Delphine, school principal. After she became orphaned at age 10 years old, and again at age 11 years old. Orphan Life X2. Romana's father died when she was at the tender age of 10 years old, and just as she was learning to cope with the devastating lose, her mother also passed away a year later. An earth-shuddering experience for a child to go through at the age of 11 years old. Now she's found herself without a father and mother, and with uncertain future. And while her grandparents and aunties tried their best to care for Romana and her older brother, no one can ever replace the love and care of a doting father and mother. Adjusting to the new life in Canada at age 15. On July 25th, 1990, at the tender age of 15 years old, and with yet another heartache of having to leave what little familiarity and comfort she had left, Romana summoned her courage to get on the airplane bound for Vancouver, Canada. Now, the rest of her website, it is incomplete. So there's this like Latin thing, that lorem ipsum stuff that they put in, like it's like dummy text that they put in these when they're building websites when you haven't put in like what it actually wants to say. So she said that basically she is from this ancient royal family in the Philippines, and that the cabal and the deep state, right, they are aware of her royal family because her family is very charitable, and over the years they have donated trillions of dollars to like the good of humanity, and they've done this for generations. So they've been on the radar of the cabal and the deep state, which if you don't know the cabal and the deep state, we'll get into a little bit about QAnon, but it's basically like parts of the government, that the elite that are evil and sinister, and they do all these awful things,
Approaching
and they're the
Stargate.
ones that are in control, and they're bad people. Okay, this evil cabal, they've been trying to get her to flip to be on their side for a long time, according to her, and they would tempt her with bank accounts with billions of dollars in them and like gold bars and things like this. But she said she doesn't get tempted or has never accepted that because she doesn't have an ego. And so because she doesn't have an ego, she doesn't have a desire for money. She tried to start a few businesses because remember, she doesn't need money, she doesn't have ego, but they all failed. So these are some of the businesses that she started and failed. So first was in October 2006, there's this magazine clipping where she was featured as the president and CEO of Global Solutions Canada, which is a recruitment company that specializes in helping Canadian companies that are in the oil and gas industry hire foreign workers. Now you'll see a common theme in a lot of her businesses is basically recruiting, which when you think about like a cult leader, you know, you are kind of recruiting members. A year later, she started a few more businesses. This time, they were also recruiting, but instead of the oil and gas industry, she did a engineering recruiting firm, and then she also did a healthcare industry recruiting firm, and those also, they kind of fizzled out. She didn't renew the license, nothing happened, just like those businesses went away. And then she also then started a real estate business, which she called Dedulo Holding Inc., and then those fizzled out too. So at some point after all of this, she becomes homeless, and she's now sleeping on the floor of her friend's nail salon. Eventually, though, she then gets a regular
happens to the best of
job,
us,
which allows her to then move into this basement in Victoria, British Columbia, where she has a roommate. So it is around this time, circa 2017, where Romana, she's got her 9-to-5 job, but she's also online a lot. It was also around this time that the QAnon conspiracy is beginning on the internet, and she is really into it. It's also around this time that she says that something happened. Somebody very powerful visited her in the dark of night in the basement of this place that she was living in. And it is a man called King David J. Carlson. He goes by His Highness David J. Carlson, Commander-in-Chief David J. Carlson, and he is the King of the United States. Did you know the United States has a king? Yes, it does. And this is King David, according to her and to him. He's like an online persona, but she claims that he visited her in the basement, and he tells her, I have a mission for you. Like, I know who you are, right? You're this special person, and there are tunnels in Canada,
Autopilot
and the
jumping.
Chinese are invading Canada in these tunnels. They're using these tunnels for human trafficking, for organ harvesting,
Oh my
for
God.
adreno.
Moving to Stargate.
What is it called?
Adrenochrome.
Which also in 2017 there was a movie that came out called Adrenochrome. And this is a movie, basically it's like a horror movie. It's kind of weird, but essentially it's this adrenochrome is a thing that the body makes. It's like oxidized adrenaline, but at the same time you can also manufacture it in a lab, like synthetically. And there is a lot of people who believe in the QAnon thing who also talk about adrenochrome being part of this cabal and the deep state. Like these evil people, what they do is they torture these children, do such awful things to them to get them to secrete the adrenochrome from adrenaline thing because they're stressed, and they harvest that and they ingest it somehow, and it gives them youth and like mortality. It keeps them vital, strong. It keeps them young, fresh, whatever, right? So in these tunnels, King David is telling her that they're doing all this stuff, and like she has to stop it, or else it's going to be World War III. They're not only going to, Chinese are not just going to take over Canada, they're going to take over the United States, Mexico, World War III. So she said, she was up for the task, baby. Why? Single-handedly, she stopped World War III in the tunnels in the basement of this apartment.
Of course.
And then that's when King David told her, you are, this is her head and these are her shoulders, you are queen. Do you knight the queen? I don't know what the hell I'm saying. He anointed,
Oh, you crown them.
He made her the queen. I don't know why I'm trying to say these like
jumping.
queenly terms.
Anoint.
when I'm clearly
Anoint.
peasant. But anywho, Yeah, he said that she is now the Queen of Canada, but he's like, you can't tell anybody yet, like it's not the time. But she tells her roommate, because she's so excited, and then her roommate starts calling her, Your Majesty, and she tells her roommate, if you tell people I'm the Queen of Canada, I'm gonna have to kill you, and I don't want to do that, so don't tell anyone. So this is all happening in 2017, she's minding her business, you know, life is going on, and then 2020 rolls around. And, you know, pandemic is happening, and she decides she wants to be not the queen, but a politician. She's starting a political party, and she does. It's called Canada First. And so she starts this political party in 2020. She's got a little picture, even on her website. Stargate. She has her, when you read her thingy on there, it says Canada and Canadians' economic freedom or enslavement depends on you. This is your last chance to make a real change in Canada. We have to save Canada and Canadians from globalists and communists' chokehold. That means dissolving all pre-existing national political parties in Canada because they have been infiltrated by and are serving foreign interests. Their plans for Canada and Canadians are not your plans. Romana Didulo, founder and leader of Canada First Party of Canada. So it turns out that Canada First Party of Canada is actually not registered as a political party in Canada, but it is registered as a corporation. She was on, at this time, Telegram, which is an app, and that app had a lot of the QAnon community on there. So she's following it, she's watching it, she's also participating in it, but at this time, she's not getting a lot of attention. But then what ends up happening in February of 2021, these things called Q drops, where Q, who was a anonymous poster online who claimed to be a high-ranking military official who would leave these clues and is the one who started this QAnon conspiracy, which is basically this idea that, in short, that there is this secret battle going on in Washington where these people have put President Trump in power to fight against the evil cabal, the deep state, who are the people who are doing the things like harvesting the adrenochrome and awful things with children and trafficking and just really, really bad things. They're trying to take over, they're bad, like, and it really reaches a lot of things. But what you need to know for this is that the person who was posting that, who was getting a lot of this attention online, stopped posting. There were no more Q drops. So what ended up happening is Romana, now at this time she hadn't told anyone this story that happened in 2017, right? She's still being commander-in-chief trying to get attention. But now she rebrands and she takes over the spotlight. What does she do? She changes her name from Commander-in-Chief to Queen Romana. And her acronym, she goes by QR. Remember, QAnon, the guy who's doing the Q drops is Q. So now she's QR. And she says that she is put in power by the same people who put Trump in power. They put her in power, but in Canada. And she's like saying all the things that they believe in, she believes in. And she's like basically parroting all the, like, at the time, they were really against the COVID restrictions and vaccines and lockdowns and social distancing, masking, all that stuff. So she's saying all that. There's all these people that are waiting for Q drops. There's no Q drops, but here comes QR code, okay? And she's like, they put me in power, and I'm gonna do this and that. And so there were several of these other QAnon internet personalities that had a lot of followers that kind of endorsed her. They're like, you know what, she's doing a good thing, like, we support her. And overnight on Telegram, she gets like 20,000 followers, okay? And now they're all listening, waiting, like, what does she have to say? So now it's May 2021, and she's like making these claims. She's basically saying that Justin Trudeau, who at the time was the commander-in-chief in Canada, was no longer in power, that it was her, and that she personally executed Queen Elizabeth II, I think, of England, the Queen of England, okay? At the time she was alive, she's no longer alive now, but at the time she was alive. Engaged. Romana said she executed her. Everything that you see on TV and stuff, these are either clones or CGI.
Those are CGI people. Haven't they noticed that the people that they're seeing on TV are so big? Those are CGI. The people that they think that are still in charge, They're gone. They've been sent to Gitmo.
So I'm grateful for your time, Your Majesty,
For your time.
and thank you very much.
Thank you.
So remember, Canada, it's a constitutional monarchy. It's still part of the Commonwealth of the UK, but it's like got a little bit more independence. But technically still, the Queen of England is the ultimate person there. So she's saying, I killed her. I'm the true queen. And so here's where it gets weird.
What do you mean? Yeah, like,
She's
what
not
do you
just
mean
a queen.
weird?
She's not just a descendant of royals. She, as I mentioned earlier, is an alien. And again, she ain't no basic bitch alien either. She is an Arcturian from Arcturia. Duh.
The Arcturians are the most advanced. Like the Yoda. Became as
Like the
an
Yoda.
entire
Like the
community
Yoda.
Like beings, starships from starships and star
Like the
systems.
Yoda, like Star
Yes.
Wars.
What I do here directly affects up there, and that is why they are escorting and protecting my convoy.
You're crazy.
These are high-level aliens. Okay, they've got crazy technology. They can disarm any weapon, including nukes, missiles, whatever. And they're very enlightened. And her mission, she was given a mission from, okay, let me say it correctly, the Intergalactic Federation of Worlds of Light Beings, the High Council and Alliance. And she refers to herself as Mother. Who of you here remember when I talked about Mother God, who was also sent, ding, by the Intergalactic Federation? Remember, chicken parmesan! In addition to being Arcturian starseed, she's like the best of the Arcturian starseeds, which are already a high-level alien race. Because she has like the Powerpuff Girls, you know how they have sugar spice, everything nice, and then ingredient X, she has DNA X, which makes her, what does it do? I want to say this correctly. Oh, she has unlimited consciousness, which is why they sent her down to Earth to help save mankind from COVID vaccines, you know, currency, fiat currencies, the global economy, just like taxes, things like this, right? She has these abilities, right? She can shapeshift. She can cloak and uncloak herself. She can change her pupil shape and eye color depending on her mood, like a mood ring, but in her eyeballs, okay? She has, you know, Men in Black, where they can do with the pen and they remove your memory. She can do that, but she doesn't even need the pen because they're basic and she's not. So she's like, listen, you don't want to take the COVID vaccine because it's basically going to turn us into robots that will follow
Autopilot
like the elites.
jumping.
What you need is this new technology that I have from my other alien friends, the Pleiadians. Okay, that's a different alien starseed race, whatever you want to call it. And they came up with the medbed technology, which are these medical pods, if you will, beds that have amazing powers. They can regrow limbs. They can do surgery, any type of surgery. They can cure cancer. They can make you immortal. And obviously, you're going to be able to like cure COVID, right? Whatever is wrong with you, you get in a med bed, it's fixed. Now, the problem is these med beds that the Pleiadians gifted we the people. I sound insane. Imagine if I was being serious about this shit. But like, she is though, and that's the problem. And you'll see that this escalates to like crazy levels.
Yeah.
In the real world. But so anyway, so the med beds.
Approaching Stargate.
The Pleiadians gifted them to we the people. That's another thing she says. Like instead of humans or whatever, she'll be like we the people.
To the we the people of the Kingdom of Canada,
To the we the
address you
people.
today as your Commander-in-Chief and Queen.
Oh,
I must inform
no.
the we the people of the Kingdom of Canada that as part of my
The Kingdom of
negotiation with
Canada.
the Commander-in-Chief of the United States Armed Forces,
But who took them and stole them and is hiding them? Okay? Big Pharma, the elites, the cabal. Those sons of bitches. They fuck everything up, right? Now they've got the med beds. And so she is trying to get the med beds back. But how's she gonna do that? She needs help. Donations. Grift. She is asking them to give her money so that she can, I don't know, get the med beds.
Autopilot
Whatever happens, she always needs money. You're gonna see. Always needs money.
Any donations or contributions.
My goal is that the Canadian is gonna have access to the med bed. And then once I get the Canadian access to the med bed, I'm also going to give every United States military
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Okay, I guess I go and board this thing. Yeah. So, oh, I'm gonna sleep first, so I have a XP buff. Health damage. Oh, really? Alright, fine. I'll clear the ship first then. That's fine. Okay, we're gonna get all hopped up on Goof and Falls here.
Autopilot jumping.
Sure. You...
Warping to Stargate.
You, and then you. One more thing. I want to do an addictol thing, whatever it is. Junk flush. There we go. And then, okay, go. Fuck these guys. I'm gonna fuck them up.
Approaching Stargate.
Oops. God damn it, you need to run a focus. Grenades in third person sucks so bad.
Warping to station.
I landed the grenade perfectly.
Active. Approaching station.
Oops, I didn't mean to blow myself up. That was all of them, huh? Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I can fly it. It probably won't let me fly it. I have a skill point I could buy into this ship, like, yeah, I do. I need training manual for piloting 4. Piloting 4. But I can move to a higher class ship now. But probably not this one, which sucks. Yeah. Probably not this one, which sucks. Yep. Aw, you bastard.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested.
It's really a shame. I wish I could mark this ship, like, but I just don't think we can. I don't think I can come back to this place. The game doesn't really work like that.
Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Well, it felt like being a pirate, and that's what I came for, so I'm just gonna leave now. The ships are gonna get bigger, which is cool. I don't know, maybe I should actually move the ship, I guess.
Great veteran, access to med beds, and of course, I will take those veterans' donations as well. What a bitch. So she was promising them this basically non-existent alien technology, the med beds, and it's sad. Like, I found this clip to some person on wheelchairs being like, does it fix? Oh, I hate it. Like, he's so happy. He's like, I'm going to be running around and skipping when I do it. It's just like she's preying on the weak and the vulnerable.
No more big pharma. We are replacing that with our med beds.
Med beds.
With a med beds. What, you hear that?
Yes. They will use that signature as a human being in the perfectly.
Oh, you're real crazy, huh? Yeah, you're real crazy. I think it's an act. She just keeps talking until somebody is like, what you're saying is insane. When that happens, she just leaves the room. And then all these people follow her and do crazy things. She's like basically a cult leader.
You? Oh man, I can't wait to get in that. I'll be running the streets. I won't be walking the streets.
I'll be running the streets.
A lot of her followers are very old. And
yep, and crazy.
Not very well off. Maybe they're on a fixed income. And so, like, when she tells them things, which I'll tell you later about her decrees, which she does all these decrees, she's like, decreed up, baby.
Also, I will be issuing a royal decree. Many of you may have paid attention to several of my royal decrees and have taken credits for my royal decree. Let it be known, I know who you are, and your time is over. I'm wearing orange today, a jacket, to complement Royal Decree 261. Take heed and follow through on
I'm here today to talk about her 54 written decrees, which are like executive orders. Those are more royal decrees I'd like to talk about, that made homelessness and poverty unlawful.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you for stopping us from learning how to speak Chinese.
You're welcome.
Thank you for stopping us from learning how to learn
Chinese.
Chinese.
You have to go home and read the decrees and memorize the decrees and sit at the dinner table and repeat the decrees to your children and your family. And she decrees crazy ass shit. Okay, first she said, removing all debt. Then she said, you don't have to pay your bills, no taxes, no utilities.
So free utilities, free electricity. Our water system should be free to everyone. No one should be paying. By the way, we don't have any more income tax. Yes? I removed the income tax.
Age of consent is 24. Literally everything that is illegal is punishable by death, and the death penalty has to be done very quickly, within 24 hours. It's either going to be a hanging or a firing squad, and it's public, which you have to be 24. So what ended up happening is these people, they believed her, and she tells them, don't pay your bills and your taxes, give me the money.
It's a brig.
For that.
I bought this mod.
This decree is going to let people know
I can keep
you don't
prisoners
have to pay this anymore, and you're going to be fine. So these people, they give her money, they don't pay their taxes, they don't pay their bills, their water gets shut off, their power gets shut off. They give them the decree to the judge or the utilities company, and they're like, what the fuck is this shit? No, And then like some of them lost their homes.
Issued that royal decree, and as I said, as soon as I cross into the United States, you will see manifestation of all my royal decrees in Canada happen.
But you're the Queen of Canada.
Now she's got over 70,000 followers on Telegram.
What?
Donation money coming from every which way. And you'll see this woman, she can make a lot of money from donations. Like she gets 100,000 in 2 months.
Because people love this shit. They like this
donations
stuff.
from people. It's quite impressive.
Dear God, why?
And remember, the pandemic is raging. So now you've got a vaccine mandate, and she does not like it, and neither do her followers. A lot of people did not like the vaccine mandate, and so she said, listen, I got a solution for this. I've uploaded a PDF of my decree. It's a cease and desist of all things to do with COVID restrictions. No more PCR test, like cease and desist PCR test, vaccine mandate, masking policy, anything to do with like your social distancing, lockdown, that kind of stuff, right? And so she says, take this decree, go to places in public. Now, this is the first time stuff is really going from online to IRL in real life. And you're going to start to see this is where it becomes concerning, because she has a really strong ability to galvanize people to do things in the real world for her, not just online. So she's like, go and take these decrees to wherever they're administering vaccines and stuff, and you give them the cease and desist, and they're going to cease and desist. So people did it, and nobody ceased or desisted. You know, they were people filming themselves doing it, and nothing really happened.
The cease and desist order, it's pretty self-explanatory. It's signed by we the people.
So, you can search.
She and her followers online would have these codes, like they would talk about milkshake, giving them a milkshake, which was like this poisonous milkshake that would kill them. So if there was someone they didn't like, they'd be like, oh, we should make them a milkshake, or like send them to the spa. The spa was code for like firing squad. And then also she would have this duck hunter thing, which was the people who would enforce her decrees and hunt the ducks and get rid of the ducks. And so it all culminated in her doing something that was going to get her detained and put in the hospital for a psychiatric evaluation. And that was when she did this video where she was saying anybody who administers a vaccine to a child under 19 is going to get 2 bullets in their head.
You will receive not 1, but 2 bullets on your forehead. Think very, very carefully before you touch that needle.
This is when Romana gets detained, and they put her in for this psychiatric evaluation. They also get a search warrant for her devices, like her computer, her laptop, and she had like 4 or 5 BlackBerry cell phones, which they took all of them. And then they re-released her laptop.
BlackBerry cell phones.
Said in the third person after she came out, she said, Queen Romana is not insane. She was cleared by a psychiatrist at Royal Jubilee Hospital. And then she said, listen, it's not what it looks like. You know how like all the leaders of countries and stuff, they
have a bit more rice.
Like, annual physicals. Well, that's what this is, but they can't reveal it because remember the QAnon thing, it's like secret. You don't want the cabal to know or anything. So they made it look like she was being taken in for a psychiatric evaluation, but really it was just her annual physical as Queen of Canada. She's all good. They didn't charge her. So if she did anything wrong, they would have charged her, right? But everyone noticed, well, not her followers, but everyone else noticed that she may not have been arrested, but when she came out, she went and altered all of her posts that she had on Telegram where she said kill and death and kill, and she changed it to arrest and like stuff like that. So she wasn't threatening people anymore. So that was the end of 2021. Now it's the beginning of 2022. And do you know what happened in Canada, specifically in Ottawa, in the beginning of 2022? Something known as the Freedom Convoy, which is when a lot of people went. It was kind of like a protest. There was a lot of truckers with big rigs that went, and this was also in protest of COVID restrictions. So she really wants to be a part of this, right? This was all in her community, her wheelhouse, and keep in mind, she's never really gone public. She's always been online, whether it's her live streams or her Telegram posts, but she's never gone in person. And she's like, this is the perfect opportunity for me to, like, you know, make my debut. And so she realizes, okay, well, the thing is, how am I going to get there? Because she lives still with roommates. So she ends up contacting her most loyal followers online, which are her moderators, right? She feels she can trust them. She tells them, listen, I want to go to the Freedom Convoy. I want to take you guys with me. She needs staff, you know, the Queen's staff. By the way, she doesn't drive. So she needs a vehicle. She needs something. So they end up raising money with donations, whatever, to get an RV. And
a
her
driver.
followers are going to come pick her up, and they're going to go in this caravan. They call themselves the Mobile Government, and they're going to join this Freedom Convoy in Ottawa. So these two moderators that show up, and they would end up being some of her most loyal followers in the beginning, and then she treated them so awful. She was so abusive and crazy, which I'll get to in a second, but they would end up leaving, and they're the ones who say, you know, this information that I'm about to tell you. So they say that when they go to pick her up, she's standing outside of this home, and before she goes inside, she tells them, listen, don't call me Queen, just call me Romana. These people in here, they don't know about my double life and that I have this queen, like I'm the queen and all this. So just, you know, pretend that everything's normal. So they're like, okay. They say they went in, the house was filthy. It was like trash everywhere, stuff packed, like just stuff, trash, junk everywhere. But they went in, they helped her grab her stuff, they get in the caravan, and they start driving. They said they damn near drove nonstop. And it's like during this trip and all the other trips that they're going to be doing on this caravan, where they realize that she is a straight up abuser. She's mean, she's evil, she's cruel, but they still think she's this alien queen, goddess, Arcturian, whatever the hell. So let me tell you what happened. So there are about 12 people in this caravan, and they are wearing these uniforms. They're wearing all white, and they have this like QR stuff for like Queen Romana. They're QR coded, and then their hats, they're white hats, and like the black hats are the bad people, and the white hats are the good people.
QR coded.
And she is basically having them wait on her hand and foot. I mean, she doesn't do anything. She doesn't lift a finger. She's the queen, to the point where she had one of her followers. She woke her up at 4 a.m. just to press a button on the coffee maker for her.
Yeah. I get scared that my mother would be like this if she was crazy. Because I swear to God, if my mother could, she would get me to turn on her coffee maker if she could. She would prefer other people to do it for her. It's not that she's lazy. She's one of the most hardest working people I've ever met. But she would just prefer if other people did stuff for her. I know very well. She needs a slave. My stepfather and I joke about how she needs a slave, pretty much. This was really good. Just turning off lights in here. There we go.
Can you imagine waking someone out of their sleep to press a button for you?
Yeah.
And they did it too. Which is
No, the other day, my mom called and she was like, I need a bag of Cheetos. And I was like, okay. I was like, okay, you know, you just basically condemned me to an hour of driving, right? And she's like, yep, I need a bag of Cheetos. And I was like, no problem. I got you. And then I drove for an hour to get a bag of Cheetos. That's what you do for your family. You love them. She wants a bag of Cheetos. Fuck it, go get her a bag of Cheetos or whatever.
Crazier.
It was like 40 minutes. It was like, oh, I just lost 40 minutes because you need Cheetos. Nice.
The way that I would just like flip the coffee machine and walk out. All she does is do live streams and post royal decrees and live streams and Telegram posts, and everyone else is just she has them living in filth. Because remember, when they went to her home, that shit was nasty. Well, the RV's nasty too. She freaking trash everywhere. Then she adopts these dogs that she calls the royal puppies. She lets them shit all over the RV, not clean it up. She lets them sleep on the beds and makes her followers sleep on the floor, the shit-infested floor. The food that they're eating is all expired and rotten and disgusting. And so they're like not eating because they're disgusted by everything. So they're losing weight. They're all like saying they lost like 15 pounds. Like, do you want to do the nasty Romana diet, the queen diet of like dog shit and trash and rotten food? She will not let them bathe or do laundry, even when they had access to it. Okay, like she wanted them nasty. It's very weird. Even when there were some people who wanted to join and then they later left, they did this interview where they're saying like part of the interview process was them being like, are you aware that you're not going to be able to like shower and change your clothes and stuff? And the lady's like, well, I do that anyway, so I joined.
It says, are you willing to not shower regularly, work shifts,
Why?
work 24/7?
Why? What's the point of that?
Weeks at a time.
Yeah, well, that's my life pretty much anyways, so.
You were used to that?
Yeah.
Okay.
In the RV, there was like several RVs, right? And the one of the RVs is just for Romana and her royal puppies, and that was called the command center. And in there, she had a bathroom that only she could use. Everybody else had to like share whatever bathrooms were left. And then that bathroom broke, and so she kicked everyone off of the other RV that had a bathroom, and then used that as her personal bathroom. To now that they didn't have access to a bathroom.
The queen gets a bathroom
like
though.
Public restrooms and stuff. Listen, and this is the part that honestly cracked me up so hard when I was reading it, because they were saying in this article that she was obsessed with the song Rasputin by Bonnie M. You know, the man who lived long ago. He was making me personally. I like from Bonnie M. Daddy cool. Talk about daddy cool. So every morning at like 6 a.m. she would blast it for about an hour on loop, just to like set the vibes. But then they said that one day she blasted Rasputin by Bonnie M for 10 hours nonstop on loop while they were driving. 10 hours the same song. I'll read you the quote from this ex-member who said this. They're like, she's yelling, "We got a war, people. Time to get up," and dancing around like a lunatic.
Cocaine.
And then let's talk about her anger and her rage that she would go into, where she would literally threaten.
Sounds like cocaine.
Punish them insanely.
Until they kill somebody, nobody knows what these people are on.
In the head and throw you out of a helicopter into a volcano, or she'll be like, I'm gonna shove you in an alligator's mouth and they're going to eat you brutally alive, like shit like this. And then she'll be like, I decree that treason is punishable by, you know, certain death in the alligator anus, or, you know, I made that last part of it, but you know what I'm saying? Like, that's the vibe. Me as a cult leader. Alligator anus is for everybody. You gotta drain the swamp some way. She would threaten to kill people for the most minor of infractions, such as someone scheduled an appointment for 5 p.m. instead of 4 p.m. And she would be like, you don't get to mess with my timeline. Okay? I mean, as a burglar, as you can imagine, sometimes some followers would leave after all that. They were sick of the dog shit and the rotten food and the yelling and the royal puppies and all of it. So they leave. Well, when they leave, she gets so fucking mad. She goes online, she tells her thousands and thousands of followers that this person was a traitor, an infiltrator, a deep state agent, part of the cabal. She would like have her followers go after this person, harass them online. So if you were a current follower that was there in the RV with her and you saw what happened if someone left, you would probably think twice before leaving, because you're like, oh my God, they're gonna come after me. So it's kind of like you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. After a few of these people left, she started to get really, really paranoid. A quote from a former member about her paranoia and the cameras and what she would have them do. So she says, everyone has to say their whereabouts if they had to go off camera. Like if someone was going to the shed to get a shovel, they had to announce they're going to the shed. And then they're in the shed. Then they're getting the shovel. Then they're leaving the shed. Now they're on their way back to the trailer. Like it was step by step, like micromanaging, like on a level I've never seen before.
That's like
if
my
she
mother.
Said you have 15 minutes,
my God.
you have 15 minutes. If you take 16 minutes, you're hearing about it. She's yelling at you. It says Dudulo often forces her staff to make videos of support. In one recent filming, they all declared their love for her and swore they weren't being held hostage. Damn. This is all happening when they're in the RV, and as I told you, it all started because she wanted to go to the Freedom Convoy. She has told her followers she's going to be there, so there are like 40 or 50 of her followers from the internet who are meeting her there. And she has them arranged with her, like, merch and stuff, like a procession for a queen. And so she arrives at this convoy with these people awaiting her and the flags and stuff, and she gets on a megaphone and she introduces herself.
I am Queen Romana of Canada. I am back by the
Queen Romana of Canada.
of the United States. There are no more elections, no more politicians, no more politics in the Kingdom of Canada.
Now here's where she fucked up, because these truckers that were part of the Freedom Convoy, they consider themselves to be patriots. And patriots of a country, they don't really like it when you burn the flag of that country. And so she calls the Canadian flag a corporate flag. And her flag that she made, like a maple leaf with a sword that's purple and stuff, that's the Kingdom of Canada, which she is the queen of. That's the official flag, she says. So she does her little speech, and then her followers burn the Canadian flag. And these truckers turn on her. And they're just like heckling her, booing her, yelling at her, to where some of her own followers, after seeing the flag being burnt, they're like, oh damn, I don't think I'm with this either, especially if all these people are against us. So not a good look. She then turns on the truckers. She came there to support them. Now she's like against them. She's like, who do you think you are? I'm an alien. You're a trucker. Like, I really? She went from supporting them to making all these videos talking about how awful they are.
Their city was invaded and terrorized with the honking from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1 a.m. every night and every day. And their city turned into a rave party site. When I burned the red and white flag, it symbolized the end of tyranny of the previous queen. She was not a real queen. She had no royal bloodlines. She was a simple individual German.
And then she had these issues with her RV that forced her to stay in a hotel. So her
ballistic weapons permanently do an additional 5% crits. Nice.
And she was
That's real good.
them, right? Remember, her name is Romana Dudulu, and she is Delulu, because she told them that Vladimir Putin is a very good friend of hers. She's actually been appointed, by the way, as a mediator by the United States and Russia to mediate the conflict in Ukraine.
I have been requested by the Commander-in-Chief of the United States Armed Forces to act as the mediator between Russia and the United States. I have requested that Queen Romana of the Kingdom of Canada be provided an aircraft, and with the call sign Queen Romana, for short QR1. In addition to that, I have requested military escort. Furthermore, I have requested that my 14 or 13 staff accompany me to St. Petersburg, Russia, or wherever I must travel. So to the we the people of the Kingdom of Canada and the world, I am now serving as your peace and prosperity mediator, always. Queen and Commander-in-Chief of Canada.
She's also friends with the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, MBS. He donates to her a lot, she says, and she calls him her brother. He watches her all the time. And Kim Jong-un, the supreme leader of North Korea, he has her flags on all of his government buildings, the purple one, and even her picture framed in Pyongyang. She loves a dictator, she loves a prince, she loves a tyrant. She is a tyrant. These people all know her, and so when she's at the hotel for a week, she spends $300 a night booking an empty extra hotel room for Vladimir Putin, who was gonna come at any minute now. He didn't come. And then she had some other display where some dude came with a watch as a gift, saying this is a watch that's been gifted to you by Vladimir Putin.
We have a special presentation here.
This gentleman, Marcus, is presenting a gift from President Putin of Russia.
Whoa.
This gift has been signed by President Putin. Thank you, President Putin of Russia. As I said before, Russia is a friend, not an enemy.
Well,
Yes.
you know, adversary.
Romana?
Not enemy, not friend, just
Can you
adversary.
blame me? No, shut up. Shh. So now they're like, what are we gonna do? Okay, and this is when she does the busy work shit because she doesn't know what she's gonna do. She doesn't have a goddamn plan for anything. All she's trying to do is get donations and donations, and she's on this never-ending freaking road trip with these people. And all they do is solicit money from the people online. These like 12 people that are in these RVs with her. And she makes a lot of money. She's like got $100,000 RV, US dollars, 100,000 US dollars. She actually got 140,000 Canadian dollars in 2 months from donations. What are they doing? They're just driving around. So let me give you examples of some of the shit she had them do for no reason. First, she had them drive around in the RV in circles for 12 hours. Then she would have them take batteries that were fine out of stuff and replace them with new batteries.
Because she's on the internet all
Then she
day.
would like say that the cars needed to be fixed, but there's nothing wrong with the car. So they're just like opening the hood and tinkering with car. There's nothing. We'll talk about the loyalty money, the fake ass loyalty money she made. But she would have them count that fake ass money too. Just sit there, count paper that she printed that hasn't just literally counting papers.
All right, you guys. So you'll see that the team is continuing, or team members continuing to work on the loyalty money, and of course you can see database there for the letters being sent out to our city coordinators.
And then she wouldn't let them sleep either. She would have them do that for 16 hours a day. And people now are like, she just kept us so busy so that we wouldn't have time to stop and think about what the hell are we doing here. And some of these people had children and like families that they left to do this. Imagine you're like away, your kids are like, where are you, mommy, come home. No, I'm sorry, I need to like put new batteries and drive in circles and count paper. Mommy can't come home right now. So now it's August 2022. It's a few months since the Freedom Convoy thing happened. And she's got a grand idea. And that idea is she wants her people to arrest the police. To do like a citizen's arrest on the police. Why? Because they're not really the police. Like they're not doing their job. Like all these COVID things are happening, these restrictions and stuff, and like the police are not policing, so they're gonna police the police. You know? She tells her over 70,000 followers that she has right now at this point, what are you willing to do for your country and your kingdom? Are you going to arrest these police? The Peterborough Police Department in Ontario, they show up her followers, and she's hiding in the RV. She does come out for a little bit to pass out refreshments and snacks, which are cucumbers, sardines,
Cucumbers and sardines.
and water bottles. So she's giving them backwash water, sardines, and cucumbers.
She had cucumbers and sardines. That's all she had left in her house.
To give them the energy to arrest the police. So there are clips of this.
Why, you think COVID's real? Real? Well, my boss got $1 million to start making COVID hand sanitizer bottles. And he knew he was getting it long before COVID. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, he wears red high heel shoes down the main street with the elite. You know what
With the
red high heel
elite.
shoes mean? Pedophilia.
Well, we're going to place you under arrest with the rest of them over there. Get out!
Hey, for God's sake, guys, can you tell me why my sister's injured? Get it out of here, dude. Right now. I'm not right now. Get that sign out of there right now. Get that out of here.
Vaccines save lives.
Get out, dude. The way I got treated for
Wait. I don't really understand the context here. I want to see this again. Hold on.
Water, snacks, which are cucumbers, sardines, and opened water bottles. So she's giving them backwash water, sardines, and cucumbers to give them the energy to arrest the police. So there are clips
To arrest
of
the
this.
police.
Why, you think COVID's real? Real? Well, my boss got $1 million to start making COVID hand sanitizer bottles. And he knew he was getting it long before COVID. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, he wears red high heel shoes down the main street with the elite. You know what red high heel shoes mean? Pedophilia. So we're going to place you under arrest with the rest of them over there.
Get out! Hey, Skycatlive, can you tell me why my sister's injured? Get it out of here, dude. Right now. I'm not right now. Get that sign out of here right now. Get that out of here. I got treated this way. Get out, dude. The way I got treated for not wearing a mask, you're getting treated the same now.
I have 3 friends in Northern Ireland that have died after job number 2.
That's a song. See, there you go. There you go. You're assholes.
Leave me alone. Get up.
You fuck.
Hey, get up. Vaccine save lives. Vaccine save lives. Vaccine save lives. Hail Satan.
What? You're a Satanist who believes in vaccines. I don't understand. I don't understand what's going on. I don't understand. It's so weird and dumb. Fucking Americans. This is really what's happening. It's so dumb.
Don't fucking touch me. Yep. You guys are fucked.
They fought the police. Yes, fight the police. Yes, fight the police. Please fight the police. Please fight the police. Please fight the police. They're tasing this old man. They're pissed at them. These poor cops, these poor pigs, they're like sitting there trying to do their job. And a bunch of crazy people show up and try to arrest them. It's actually so funny. Well, now you know how it feels. Now you know how it feels, pigs. Now you know how fucking shitty it is. It's so shitty when you guys show up, and it kind of is. Like, so, like, you know, I mean, maybe it's like for a good reason, but most of the time isn't. And so, like, you know, and this is what it feels like. I mean, it sucks, doesn't it, pig? That's how it feels. It sucks. It's not too good. Yes. It's QAnon versus cops. Yes. QAnon versus cops, bitch. Yes. I was like, wait. I think this is going to go somewhere. I'm sure it always does. It always goes somewhere really interesting. Oh, my God.
You guys are involved in the COVID crime, and we're placing you all under arrest. No, we're not. Hey.
Yeah, you guys are involved with the COVID crime, and we're placing you under arrest. They're fighting the police.
Stand down.
Fucking awesome.
You guys are under arrest. Stand down. No. Hey. No, I suggest. Get low. Hey. No, you're hurt now.
It's like Trailer Park Boys or something. I thought Americans were weird. This Canadians are wow. This is exactly like a scene in Trailer Park Boys. They like I swear, Mike Clattenburg, the director of Trailer Park Boys, he used to struggle a great deal to try to manufacture this sort of chaos because it's hard to do, but he did it. He would get these scenes together where there would be like, you know, it would be like Leahy versus Ricky in a fucking shootout with the cops, and there's a guy delivering a fucking like a FedEx full of weed to the scene live, and he shows up with this like bag of weed. He doesn't know what he is, and he delivers this weed during this shootout. And it's actually so funny. And yeah, Mike Clattenburg used to actually try to portray how crazy Canada gets.
Jesus Christ! Police violence!
They're so much nicer to each other. They're so much nicer. American pigs would have broken bones and had you tossed in the back of the fucking cop car by now. And there would be blood all over the fucking pavement and shit. And they would have just tased you repeatedly and nightsticked you and shit. And like bam, bam, bam with their nightsticks and shit. Trust me, they like this Canadian brawl. It was like watching the Trailer Park Boys compared to America. It actually was wonderful. I don't mean to like speak ill of Canada. That's not what I'm after here. I'm saying it's actually beautiful that they're not as fucked up as us yet. Because I mean, in America there'd be at least probably one death, I think, and like probably blood everywhere, and definitely some woman hurt really, really bad, you know, and look at shit. Oh fuck! You scared me. What the fuck was that? I thought it was her. I was like, oh my god. At least it wasn't a boss. Ooh, Tesla calibrated mag shot. Ooh, what's that? Damn it, your buttons are so annoying. Hey, cool. Legendary pistol with good damage. It takes over for this crappy older pistol. It's nice, but it runs out of mag all the goddamn time, and I don't like it. Yeah, that'll do it. And these things are like Tesla hits, so they fuck shit up. They like shock them so they get stunned and stuff, I think. It's actually really cool. The game is deeper combat-wise than people give it credit for, I think, actually. It has like quite a lot of mods for the weapons and stuff. They can all be random, so some of the legendaries that you get are fucking liberating, like 76. They can be really fun. This thing is like a revolver that's like a mix of a taser and a revolver. It like actually is. It's like a mix of a taser and a revolver, and it fucking fucks you up, I bet. I can't wait to shoot a guy with it. They're all here, but I don't know where they are. It's so annoying. Where do I go? Where do I go? This place is so fucking big. It looks like he's right on the other side of the wall. I think he is. But you can't get back there, and I don't know where to go. Show me where to go. It's so dumb. Look, it one-shots them. As sooner or later, the guns just get more OP than the guys do. But they keep making this harder, though. Probably like Elden Ring, like, pretty much. Are you fighting my ad? Or my guy, or whatever? Or my lady? I really like the auto pick. It makes it a lot more tolerable. Wasn't it, huh? Wonder... Is that right? No, that wouldn't be right. Yeah, but that's not right. No, it's gonna be that, and then that. No, that's wrong. Aw, what did I do wrong here? I, like, screwed up really bad. Fucking annoying. No, that's not it. Is that it? No, that can't be it. Is that right? I don't know. It was right, but it was fucking annoying. It was a switch. It shouldn't be that annoying. fucking annoying. That's all this was. Cops versus QAnon was fucking so good.
End up happening is instead of them arresting the police, they got arrested. And instead of her bringing the military, which she said these alien military ships were going to come and back them up, she just hid in her RV and then did a video where she claimed that the ships did come, but like, I don't know, they left.
So the triangular craft, military craft showed up, and that's the special forces right above the Peterborough police station.
It's we the people's fault, again, like with the decrees, is that there should have been more people. Like, they're not going to support this small amount of people. Like, you need to show them you're serious. We need more people. So they're sitting there and they're basically blaming themselves why this didn't happen, and she's just hiding. And then even making matters worse, because after these people got arrested 2 days after this incident, the police, they came out and they released a video.
Peterborough Police thanked the public for their patience during the incident at the Peterborough Police Station on Saturday, August 13th, 2022. The Peterborough Police will continue to investigate, identify the people involved in the protest on Saturday, and continue to lay charges, if warranted. If anyone knows the identity of people who may have been involved in either the incident with the counter-protester or the incidents with the officers, please call Peterborough Police Crime Line or Crime Stoppers.
The situation was serious. And so then she backtracked even more and she posted something being like, for the record, gentle reminder, I was an observer, not a participant. So she straight up left them hanging. Then the mayor, in response to this incident, she did a tweet and delete, quote, "Fuck off, you fuckwads." Right there. Same month that this happened. That's
what she said to them.
We'll call it the Roger Stone affair. Now, if you know who Roger Stone is,
I do.
If you don't, I'm going to tell you. Roger Stone is a longtime political advisor.
Why did Roger Stone come into this? Why did Roger Stone come into this? She went after him, didn't she? Arrest Robert Stone. Arrest Roger Stone. We have to arrest Roger Stone for COVID.
Politics for a long time.
My God, I hate Roger Stone.
Quite the character. There's even a documentary about him.
The fucking tattoo of Nixon on his goddamn back. When I saw that on Netflix, I remember I was cracking up for half an hour, and I was like, oh my God, only an idiot would get fucking a tattoo of Nixon on his back. It's so dumb.
And he's been in politics for a long time, and he's quite the character. There's even a documentary about him and stuff.
False, categorically false.
Netflix,
God, you are an asshole. You really are a jerk. I'm not going to discuss the criminal case. If you want to keep insulting me, this will be over. You're going back to the judge like a little bitch.
You just call me a bitch?
You're acting like one.
You called him a bitch? You're sitting in this fucking chair like Vince McMahon, and you're calling a grown man a bitch. It's weird.
Name some people that invited you to speak. You just say to fuck me?
I did.
Your staff left with equipment that I paid for, correct?
Prove it. Prove it. Prove it.
I'll tell you what. We'll litigate it in court.
Excellent.
Why is he all spastic like Charles Manson?
He lose again.
There was this video that started circulating.
Roger Stone, I know that you're on a mission to expose the deep state and the epic corruption in Canada under little Fidel. God bless you. I want you to know
What are you
that
firing
many people
at?
across the world appreciate what you're doing in the fight for freedom and liberty and all.
Look at one shots him.
It turns out that
It's probably
video
so
was
good for
a
bosses.
cameo video. If you don't know what cameo is, it's basically this thing where you can find public figures who are offering to say pretty much whatever you want them to say, like a custom message, a short little video clip, for a fee. And he is on Cameo. And someone, I guess, paid him to do this, Romana clip, and he didn't know who she was or anything, so he just did it. And then they took it and they made it seem like this was real and used that to do what? Solicit donations. And so she ended up making $6,500 off of this video by being like, look, he's supporting me, donate. But he came out and said it was a scam and not true. And so she was only able to make $6,500. But one thing about her, she's gonna ask for a donation. Let's talk about the loyalty money, because it was a few months after this that she announced her loyalty money for her most loyal followers, because she was kind of slowly starting to lose followers. You know, the Freedom Convoy burning of the flag didn't go over so well. Then the arresting the police, they got arrested, and then her backtracking with her, you know, didn't go over so well. Then the Roger Stone thing turned out to be a scam. So she's like, okay, whatever followers I have, I need to make them feel good. What can I do? What can I do? I know. I'm going to ask them for money, and I'm going to tell them that I'm going to use their real money to print loyalty money, which is fake money. It is what you could call, there's no currency. It's like a cheap looking paper, big, that says 100,000 on it, and there's no currency.
Why do they all do this? They lose their sanity and then they make their own money and they're like, welcome to the United States of Crazy Land. This is the national currency.
They're Delulu dollars. They're
Delulu dollars.
You give someone
Delulu dollars.
Of this Delulu dollar.
Delulu dollars is actually so funny. I'm gonna like, so I'm writing a song of all the funny phrases that I hear all the time. And Delulu dollars. It's Delulu dollars.
You're gonna owe them money. Okay? These people are literally paying them money so that she can piss on them and tell them it's raining. Like, that's the level of this shit. And some of her followers did actually say, wait a minute, you're asking for money to print fake money. You know, and then some of them are like, oh, okay, this is great. Now I can finally buy a boat that I've been wanting to buy with these 100,000 Delulu dollars. And then she even posted, like, she literally said to her followers, thank you to those who sent money to help print your loyalty money. Everyone, continue to send money so that we can continue to print. At a certain point, I'm like, you know, I don't even feel sorry for you. If you're giving her money to print money that is like,
but they're this crazy. They're just looking for some crazy leader. They need to create. They need to follow the crazy.
I don't know, man. Anyway,
the craziest person wins.
Whatever. You know, she has this weird ass ceremony where she, in order to like bestow these loyalty Delulu dollars on you, you have to swear this oath and sovereignty to her and all this crazy ass shit. And then she like bestows the money onto you.
Greetings, everyone. I am Her Royal Majesty Queen Romana of the Kingdom of Canada. There's relentless
the Kingdom of Canada
to discredit Queen Romana and the team's work.
About 50 people, including children, fill the gym.